Bank. Keynote address speaker, Pharmacist Sholari, President, Industrial Pharmacy Section, FIP. Chief host, Maazi Sam Okwabunwa, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Host, Pharmacist IG Anuku, National Chairman, NAIP. This conference will be a hybrid of both physical attendees and virtual on Zoom and YouTube. Register today to be a part of this great event. Announcer, NAIP CPC. The Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP, presents the 24th Annual National Conference, Eko 2021. Theme, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in Industrial Pharmacy Practice. Date, 13th to 16th July 2021. Venue, Marriott Hotels, Lagos. Chairman Opening Ceremony, Dr. Deri Awushika, MFR, Chairman, Board of Directors, Access Bank. Keynote address speaker, Pharmacist Sholari, President, Industrial Pharmacy Section, FIP. Chief host, Maazi Sam Okwabunwa, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Host, Pharmacist IG Anuku, National Chairman, NAIP. This conference will be a hybrid of both physical attendees and virtual on Zoom and YouTube. Register today to be a part of this great event. Announcer, NAIP CPC. The Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP, presents the 24th Annual National Conference, Eko 2021. Theme, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in Industrial Pharmacy Practice. Date, 13th to 16th July 2021. Venue, Marriott Hotels, Lagos. Chairman Opening Ceremony, Dr. Deri Awushika, MFR, Chairman, Board of Directors, Access Bank. Keynote address speaker, Pharmacist Sholari, President, Industrial Pharmacy Section, FIP. Chief host, Maazi Sam Okwabunwa, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Host, Pharmacist IG Anuku, National Chairman, NAIP. This conference will be a hybrid of both physical attendees and virtual on Zoom and YouTube. Register today to be a part of this great event. Announcer, NAIP CPC. The Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP, presents the 24th Annual National Conference, Eko 2021. Theme, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in Industrial Pharmacy Practice. Date, 13th to 16th July 2021. Venue, Marriott Hotels, Lagos. Chairman Opening Ceremony, Dr. Deri Awushika, MFR, Chairman, Board of Directors, Access Bank. Keynote address speaker, Pharmacist Sholari, President, Industrial Pharmacy Section, FIP. Chief host, Maazi Sam Okwabunwa, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Host, Pharmacist IG, National Chairman, NAIP. This conference will be a hybrid of both physical attendees and virtual on Zoom and YouTube. Register today to be a part of this great event. Announcer, NAIP CPC. The Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP, presents the 24th Annual National Conference, Eko 2021. Theme, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in Industrial Pharmacy Practice. Date, 13th to 16th July 2021. Venue, Marriott Hotels, Lagos. Chairman Opening Ceremony, Dr. Deri Awushika, MFR, Chairman, Board of Directors, Access Bank. Keynote address speaker, Pharmacist Shola Sholari, President, Industrial Pharmacy Section, FIP. Chief host, Maazi Sam Okwabunwa, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Host, Pharmacist IG Anuku, National Chairman, NAIP. This conference will be a hybrid of both physical attendees and virtual on Zoom and YouTube. Register today to be a part of this great event. Announcer, NAIP CPC.
Thank you. Pharmacist of Nigeria, NAIP National Conference, Eko 2021. I'm sure you're having a great time. You're welcome to Lagos Marriott Hotel. I guess it's a nice place. What's been your experience so far? Nice? Yeah. So we're in for a great time at this conference. First of all, I would like us to get our conference materials. So if you've not received your name tags or your bag, you could kindly go out and just go to the registration desk there, and our secretarial staff will be happy to hand yours over to you. So you're welcome to Lagos, the Center of Excellence. I see people from different parts of the country, from the north, from the east, from the west, from the south. So I'll say you're welcome to Lagos State. We have a loaded program for this conference to ensure it's worth your while. We've got the best brains as speakers. Our representatives from different regulatory bodies and different national associations, they're all here. I'll be making their presence known very soon as I confirm their arrival. So once again, you're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the occasion has just arrived. Please, can we put our hands together for our own amiable Dr. Mrs. Daria Woshika. Madam, you're welcome. I've been hearing a lot about you. I've been listening to you everywhere I turn. Zoom meetings, WhatsApp meetings. Wow, a lot of motivational stuff you're giving out there. You're welcome, ma'am.
Ladies. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pascal from Senri Limited. And here with me is Jonas Bashige from Senri East Africa. He represents the Kenya market. He's the country lead. So we both work with Senri Limited, a Japanese IT company that specializes in providing sales automation system for brands in pharmaceutical industry. So Senri was started in 2015 from Kenya, which is led by CEO Kentaro Nagai, a graduate of University of Chicago, and he has 4 years work experience with McKinsey, and with our CTO Shugiyama, and some of our product engineers and the country leads of Indonesia, Kenya, and Japan. So basically, we've been working in Nigeria for the past 2 years, and these are some of the brands who are currently helping to manage their sales operation, to help them optimize how their reps are working in real time. So before we proceed, your question will probably be, how are we currently helping these brands? So I will help my colleague walk us through.
Just before your colleague walk us through, they say security first, right? Safety first. So we'll just have some safety moments. And I would like to invite Leslie from the Marriott, Lagos Marriott Hotels to take us through some safety moments. So please, can we just pay attention to him? I think it's just 4 minutes. 1 minute, okay. 1 minute.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. My name is Leslie. I'm from the Loss Prevention Department of Marriott. First of all, I'd like you to know you're in a very, very safe environment. We have our ER2 team, emergency response team, always available for any emergency that might happen. So you're in a very safe place. If you look around, you will notice we have smoke detectors and water sprinklers, meaning in the instance of fire, we have fast response and the team is always available. Another thing is we obey our COVID-19 protocols. I can see we are already using our nose masks. So the use of nose masks is emphasized while we are in the property. And also the use of sanitizers. There are sanitizers placed around strategic places where you can easily access if you don't have any. And also, if you feel like you need to use the restroom, the convenience, you need to wash your hands, once you come out, the restroom is just straight down to your left. We have one there for the male and female. We have another one to your right, straight down. You see it there. Then in case of any fire alarm, please do not panic. Do not panic. Somebody from our team would come here and direct you to the nearest emergency exit door so we can do what we have to do in an orderly manner. Once again, thank you and enjoy your meetings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So as I was saying, in Nigeria and across the world, we're working with 100 plus brands that are using the system to actually optimize how their sales reps are working on the field. So we have brands like Claro Medicals using the system, Jubilee Syringe, the only manufacturer of syringe in Nigeria and Africa as well. So have brands like SKT, we have brands like Devon Pharmaceuticals, TAF Pharmaceuticals, we also have Mopsin are made on using the system to actually optimize their sales operation. So the question might probably be, how are we helping these brands? What are they using Senri to achieve? So this is what my colleague will be walking you through shortly, on how we've been able to help these brands to optimize their sales operation, and how we've been able to help the managers and the reps to work seamlessly to achieve the company's goal. So I'll hand over to Jonas to walk us through that. So if you have any question, we are out there to see how we can also support you as well. Jonas, please.
Well, thank you, Pascal. So moving ahead with the next part is, how are we helping those companies to manage their medical representatives? I'm sure some of you here have medical reps, and you might have a couple of challenges dealing with them. And some of the challenges that our customers have faced is, one is they are not understanding how the medical reps moves. I've seen cases wherein a medical rep is working for 2 pharma companies at the same time. And how are you able to account for the hours that your medical rep are working? Before the system, those companies could not account for that, but with the system, they're able to understand that. I'll cover a bit more in details how that happens. The second thing is getting real-time reports. So let's say a medical rep visits a doctor, or he visits a drugstore, and there is an expiry items. How is that information relayed to the back office in real time for the companies to take actions for them to work on those? I'm going to briefly explain how there are also apps is able to solve those challenges. The other part is, when you have your medical rep who are visiting doctors, checking on which items or which drugs those doctors are prescribing, you need to keep a track on whether or not they are detailing the correct product to the correct doctors with the correct specialties. And those are the things that our system basically helps you to manage and monitor. And the other thing is how, like, let's say you have Lagos hospitals, you need to understand how many doctors are in those hospitals. Do we have enough doctors in, like, oncologists, for instance? Are we targeting oncologists? How many oncologists do you have in these particular hospitals? And those are the things that you're able to grab or you're able to collect using the app with the coordinates of those doctors. Now, how can the system solve those challenges? Is here I have some screenshot of the app wherein you're able to understand how it helps the managers to manage those issues I've raised earlier on. So the system itself, it has 2 interfaces. There is a web interface where the managers in the back office are able to get real-time reports. They're able to understand the coverage of their medical rep, as well as we have the mobile app, which the medical rep are using in the field to submit their reports, to collect customers' information, as well as submit orders, and so on and forth. Going in a bit into details, some of the screenshots, as you can see on the mobile app, you're able to check in, you're able to record your sales, deliveries, payments, product reports, that is product detailing, as well as your orders. And you're able to see as well over here, if you can see there is a warning on the third screenshots, wherein the app can check whether or not a medical rep is actually within the premises of the customer using the GPS coordinates. So this ensures that you don't have your medical rep who are working from home and lying to you that they are actually at the hospital or visiting the doctors. And you can see on the map, you're able to pinpoint where exactly the medical rep has moved. I've seen cases when the medical rep is basically having coffee or tea with his friends and lying to the management that he's visiting the outlets. So you're able to account the hours that your medical rep are using in terms of contributing to the company's target. And least but not least, we have other things such as durations. I've seen people saying, I'm not sure whether when someone visits the doctor, did he stay there for 1 minute? Did he stay there for 1 hour? So able to account how many hours a medical rep has seen a doctor. Other things that you're able to check is the working hours. What time they reported to work, what time they finished, how many orders did they collect, as well as how many visits they did. Going ahead, now what technology do we use to capture those details? We have a couple of technology we use. We are using machine learning, wherein, for those who don't know it, basically we can study how often your sales rep are visiting a doctor and what is the outcome out of those visits. And based on that, we are able to pre-plan or recommend the customers that your medical rep should visit. I've seen a lot of companies struggling with scheduling or how do they allocate routes route planning or schedule, the app can do that on your behalf. It can study the last 3 months, how often are you visiting doctors, what is the outcome out of those visits, and based on that, it can tell your medical rep, hey, these are the doctors you need to visit on this particular day. The other thing we use for those, I'm not sure how common this is in the Nigerian market, but in, let's say, Kenya, many companies are dealing with LPOs, wherein a supermarket or an hospital will send you a local purchase order, which you need to start entering. And we use a technology called OCR. We can scan it for you and automatically send it to your ERP for those who are using, let's say, SAP or QuickBooks, Sage, Tally, and those ERPs. The other thing is the app can work without internet. We understand it's really cumbersome to be connected 24 hours, and there are areas where you might have some black spots, there is no internet. You can still use the application to record your activities. And you guys, I'm sure you travel a lot, and you might want to keep an eye of what's happening in the field with your medical rep. The app allows you, anywhere in the world, you're able to access to understand what your medical rep are doing. And the other thing, as I mentioned earlier, you can integrate with external service providers. We can integrate with SAP Business One, SAP S4HANA. We can integrate with Tally, Sage, QuickBooks, and any other third-party systems for you to have an integrated, a unified system. Sorry about that. Let's carry on. One good example of how this integration with external system has helped one of our customers. I don't know if you guys have heard of L'Oreal. L'Oreal is one of the largest skincare companies in the world. In Kenya, they were able to automate the whole sales activities using the system wherein when a sales rep in the field books an order or makes a visit, that is immediately transferred to SAP. And that basically decreases the time it takes to process orders, and it leads to higher customer satisfaction as well as more sales for the sales team. So this is one way our system is helping a customer by integrating with a third-party system. Last but not least, when you have an end-to-end history of how you are servicing the customers, you're able to build more trust between your sales team as well as between the companies and the customers. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we use data analysis not only for visits, we also use it for ordering. So for instance, the system is able to understand which product a customer is buying, and based on that, it can recommend to your sales people or to your medical rep which product they need to sell to these particular customers. In the medical industry, you might have a lot of products, and the medical rep might miss a product, but our system, through our system, you're able basically to recommend them so that they can sell or they can recommend the product they're supposed to be recommending to their respective customers. And in our testing, we've realized that our recommendation is accurate up to 98%. In other words, anytime a recommendation is made, it is likely that the customer will make that purchase. Now, a quick, just to conclude, these are some of the outcomes we've gotten out of the system, wherein we've, through our system, here in Nigeria at least, many pharmaceutical companies were able to map over 50,000 hospitals as well as doctors, wherein they're able to have an overview on a map of where the hospitals as well as where the doctors are located in Nigeria. And the other thing is every day in our analytics, we realized over 300 healthcare practitioners are visited every day using our application here in Nigeria. And that has led to around a 10% increase in terms of visits made to those healthcare providers. We understand very well in the Nigerian market, the pharma industry is very competitive, and you need to ensure that all your doctors or potential customers are being visited. And the app can basically help you to manage that, as well as remind you which doctors are you forgetting visiting. If you guys have no further queries, I'm going to close the remarks. And as my colleague mentioned earlier, we are outside. Feel free to visit us and ask any questions in terms of how our applications can help you to automate and increase your sales activities, as well as your field activities. Thanks a lot, and I'll hand over to the rest of the event organizers. Thanks, and have a good day, and I hope you enjoy your the session or the event. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. It's a typical case of identifying problems and providing solutions. So I'm sure there are one or two comments from our delegates. Can indicate by raising up your hand. Okay. I think they will be coming. They have a lot of questions, but they'll be coming to ask you at your stand. And you're aware? Where's your location? Okay, so you don't need any GPS. Just out here, you find them. Thank you very much. So we'll be kicking off this program properly. And for that, yeah, I needed to get clearance in one or two things. So, yeah. So, okay. I think his battery is more reliable. So I'm Pharmacist Charles Agbona. I'll be anchoring this event together with one or two of my colleagues. For many that know me, were like, Charles, are you here? I said, yeah, I'm here. I've ported from community pharmacy and I've joined the industrial pharmacist. Because I like the rosy cheeks I was seeing at the national conference. I said, where are you? NAIP? Okay, on my way there. So I'm here now. I'm sure I'm welcomed. So I'd like to begin in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, or let's begin with the opening prayer. And I would like to invite Shola. Shola, right? Shola? Which of them? That's a very good one. I want to say Shola moved by the Spirit, but that will bring some confusion. So let me go and call her. I know her by face. Adeniola Shola. Let me find her. 1 minute. Madam. Okay, so she was on a call, receiving a call. I told her she has another call here. And that's the call from NAIP for her to lead us in this opening prayer. So ladies and gentlemen, shall we rise for the opening prayer?
Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this wonderful day. We give you all the glory for bringing us all here safe and sound. We do not take it for granted. Father, thank you, Lord, in Jesus' name. We commit the entire program into your hand, both today's and tomorrow's. Lord, we ask that your Holy Spirit will take absolute control in Jesus' name. at the end of this program, Father, let all that we propose to achieve be realized in the name of Jesus. Let everyone be blessed in the name of Jesus. And when we all shall be returning to our respective places of abode, we ask that your presence will go with us and remain with us in Jesus' name. Thank you, our Lord and our Father, for in Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Can we remain standing for the national anthem? National anthem, please. With that opening prayer and the national anthem, I think the sky is our stepping stone. I would like to introduce the dignitaries we have here present. Okay, so here we have the National Chairman of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP, Pharmacist IG Anuku. A round of applause for him, please. You can't miss him in the crowd. He's the only one with this regalia. No, I just recognize you. I'll call you to make your speech. That was a surprise. We also have present the chairman of this occasion. I've heard so much about her. I see her on TV, and now she's here with us, not virtually, but in flesh and blood. Talking about the chairman of Access Bank, Dr. Dere Awoshika. Round of applause for her, please. She's a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And of course, we have the keynote address speaker, who is the president of the Industrial Pharmacists section of the FIP, Pharmacist Sholarin. A round of applause for him, please. Is he present? We did a brief citation on him before the occasion. And of course, the chairman and board of fellows, even with the marks and everything, as now she walked in, everybody stood up to say, Madam, you are recognized. Please join me to welcome Professor Oyewo. The chairman board of fellows. All right. And of course, the number one citizen of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, I'm talking about our president, our own president, is here. Yes, you'll see him soon. Please join me to make welcome Pharmacist Mazi Sam Ohambua. A round of applause for him, please. Please, can we continue clapping until he sits down? Exactly. He's almost there, he's almost there. Please keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Keep it going. You're welcome, sir. All right, so I'll make other recognitions as, of course, talking about the pharmacy anthem. The author is here. So I'd like to recognize the presence of the president of Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy, our own very Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluyi. A round of applause for him, please. If you missed his last birthday, you missed out in something big. All right, good. I would continue with this as the program continues. Meanwhile, I know you are very welcome to this occasion, but however, we have the welcome address by the CPC Chairman, Eko 2021 Pharmacist Ame Agomwanri. A round of applause for our Chairman, please. He has been working hard all week and all years.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, the President of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Mazi Ohambua. Good morning, sir. Our special guest of honor. I will be standing on the existing protocol, or having recognized all the special guests we have here. On behalf of the Conference Planning Committee of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, it's my pleasure to welcome everybody here to this occasion. Well, we'll be having a hybrid version of this occasion, both the physical and the virtual. If you look back, you see that the hall is almost filled up. We are encouraged by the turnout. And I believe the sessions we'll be having is going to challenge us intellectually, and at the same time, the social end, we'll be losing up to really get together, to really mix up with each other. A lot have gone in preparing this conference. I wish to really thank the chairman of NAIP, who more or less co-opted himself into the CPC, and we got the engine really moving. Pharmacist IG, we appreciate you, sir, for all your efforts and your time. We also want to appreciate the guests that have left their important things they're doing. The chairman of the occasion, our special guest of honor, the chairman board of fellow, the guest speaker, the chairman PSM Lagos, and our very own Lulu Ujo, the past president of NAIP, who is our NAIP ambassador. You're welcome, sir. At this point, as we proceed, we all know that the guest speaker will be doing a very good job on the topic of discussion for today. So I wouldn't want to bother you people so much about what he'll be talking about. But however, looking at the fourth industrial revolution, the question we keep on asking ourselves is that how do we reinvent ourselves as pharmacists? Are we going to continue to operate in silos, or are we going to adapt ourselves to get to know what is happening in the digital world? Before now, all meetings were physical, but today we have these virtual meetings. Businesses are being done, being transacted virtually, and all others. So what are we doing as pharmacists? Then the other downside, that a lot of businesses where we are industrial pharmacists, we used to interface face-to-face with the doctors and other healthcare providers, but that is now being done virtually most times. So what do we do? Are our jobs at risk, or what? So there's a need for us to reinvent ourselves and to listen and participate in this conference. I wish to welcome all of you once again to this conference. I want you guys to relax and enjoy the conference. Welcome to Eko 2021. God bless you as you are a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amen. All right, we'd like to invite the chairman of PSN Lagos State. He's a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ayola Bolagade, to come and make his welcome address. We're in your state, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, all. The chairman of the occasion, our own Dr. Dere Awosika, MFR, the chairman of Access Bank PLC. My dear President, sir, Pharmacist Max Sam Hohamboa, APSN, Officer of the Federal Republic, and a doyen of industrial pharmacy in Nigeria. Then my father is here too, Prince Julie Adeluse Adeluye, the president of Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy, and chairman of the College of Past President of PSN. Also, an officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I recognize also the presence of the chairman of Board of Fellows of PSN, my own teacher, Professor Femi Oyewo, MFR. The keynote speaker of today, Pharmacist Shola Arin, a past chairman of NAIP, the chairman of NAIP, my own brother and friend, Pharmacist Ignatius Anoko, past chairman of NAIP present here. I have my dear brother here, my senior brother. We attended the same secondary school, Ilora Baptist Grammar School. Pharmacist Lulu Ojo, fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and a past national chairman of NAIP. I want to also recognize the presence of the chairman of PSN Technical Arms present here. I think I can see Pharmacist Kingsley. Pharmacist Kingsley, you are welcome. You are welcome to Lagos. Distinguished guests, you are all welcome. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here this morning to welcome you all to the 24th Annual National Conference of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, one of the highly respected technical group of our great society, PSN. Well, Lagos remains the hub of pharma industry in Nigeria. Therefore, PSN Lagos State Branch will continue to relish in serving as the receptacle of NAIP. This actually affords the state branch to have many of the captains of industries in Nigeria as our members, because Lagos State is their state of practice. I really want to use this opportunity to specially congratulate my friend and brother, the national chairman, Pharmacist Ignatius Anoku, a merit award winner of our state branch, a man of honor with excellent personality and disposition, and his executive committee members for the giant strides attained for NAIP and pharmacy in the last 4 years. Out of all your many innovative achievements, the establishment of the Pharma Industrial Park that was launched last year remained indelible in the minds of pharma stakeholders in Nigeria. I believe strongly that the incoming leaders of NAIP will see this great vision to its fruition by cascading into other regions of the country. Definitely the success of this endeavor is the answer to the will be the answer to scarcity of medicines and unemployment, apart from what it will contribute in terms of figures to the national GDP. The theme of this conference, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in Industrial Pharmacy Practice, is very apt at a time like this. I strongly believe that the arrays of speakers, especially the keynote address speaker of today, Pharmacist Shola Arin, the current president of the Industrial Pharmacy section of FIP, we avail us with expos that will chart new paths for our practice. I also hope that our deliberation will provide lasting solutions to multifarious challenges confronting our industry. For this industry to thrive and compete favorably with those in developed countries of the world, PSN as a body and the umbrella arm of pharmacy must continue to advocate to authority on the importance of providing enabling environments through infrastructural development, stable policies, security, as well as developing the money and capital markets for easy access to medium and long-term funds. Finally, I want to congratulate the planning committee members for this successful conference and thank you for bringing us to Marriott. You have surely beaten PSN Lagos branch to this. On this note, and on behalf of National Chairman, Executive and Planning Committee members, I welcome all our distinguished guests and delegates to Eko 2021 and wish you happy deliberation. Thank you all.
Yeah, you have said it yourself. I was about to say PSN Lagos State takes us to Sheraton, but now we are at Marriott. No comment. I just end there. I would like to invite the National Chairman of NAIP Pharmacist IG Anuku to come and make his welcome address. Pharmacist Anuku, please.
The chairman of the opening ceremony of the 24th Annual National Conference of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, Dr. Dere Awoshika, President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Maazi Sam Ohuabunwa, the special guest of honor, and the President of the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy, Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluyi, Honorable Keynote Address Speaker, Pharmacist Shola Sholari, Chairman of the Board of Fellows, Professor Mbang Oyewo, Chairman of Technical Groups of PSN, of AHAP, ACPN, and NAPA, Chairman of Lagos State PSN, Pharmacist Yola Bolagade, the President of PMG Man, Dr. Fidelis Ayebe, here represented by Pharmacist Frank Moneme, the President of Nairofam, Mr. Femi Shoremeku, the President of APIN, Dr. Nnamdi Obi, the MD of Pharma News, Saifan Atui, DGs of NAFDAC, Professor Moji Adeyeye, the DG of NIPRID, Dr. Biadigwe, the DG of NNMDA, Dr. Matthew Etatuvie, Registrar of the PCN, Dr. N.A.E. Mohammed, CEO of NHIS, Professor Sambo, past chairman of NAIP, here present, fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, NAIPians, distinguished pharmacists, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. You can see I took my time to do this protocol. And maybe Julie will score me. Thank you. So this is my address at the 24th Annual National Conference of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, taking place at Lagos Marriott Hotel, Ikeja. We have actually done a full circle from Lagos to Kwara to Anambra to Kano and back to Lagos. We are stronger and we are poised for greater accomplishments. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we warmly welcome you to this conference taking place here today with the theme, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in Industrial Pharmacy Practice. This theme was taken from the PSN theme of 2020. And we are happy that at 44, NAIP has come a long way. This conference is taking place here today due to resilience and the relentless effort of the CPC, ably led by Dr. Ame Ehomware. We are very much appreciative of your efforts and your sacrifice to put this together. We also appreciate the NEC of NAIP and the zonal chairmen who have worked around the clock to mobilize our members to be at this conference. And I must confess to our chairman of today, because I think Julie already knows it. In the past years, when we come for conference, our chairman come before us. Our special guest of honor come before us because we are not up to 20 or 50 in the hall. But today, as you can see, the hall is already filled before you come. So this is a sign of growth, a sign of progress. So I'm very pleased with NAIPians, and I'm very happy that we are here in our numbers today. This year's conference is actually a logical thought process from where we started in 2017. We have mobilized our membership across the country. We have raised the brand equity of NAIP. We have entered into strategic partnerships. We have perfected our plans on our major initiatives. Now, all we need to do is take the next critical bold steps. The theme of this conference, we believe, will be delivered excellently by our keynote address speaker, a no less personality than the president of the Industrial Pharmacy Section of the International Pharmaceutical Federation, FIP, Pharmacist Shola Sholari. His vast experience in the international space and his good understanding of the peculiar national environment, we have no doubt he will do justice to this topic. Our plenary session will focus on technical presentations on two of our products that came out of a collaboration between NAIP and NAPA. That project is called the Nigerian Medicines Development Project. And today, we'll be having Professor Emeje, the renowned professor of NIPRID, and the erudite Dr. Margaret Ilomuanya from the University of Lagos to make presentations on two products called NANIP, a cough tincture, and Binan, an antimicrobial, antipruritic topical preparation. These products, we hope, will be launched into the Nigerian market by the first quarter of next year. And our plan is to promote this product. And we're already working in collaboration with NAPSA, that is Nigerian Pharmacists in the Americas, who we hope we will be able to register these products in other countries. And the whole idea is to see if we can export them and earn some foreign exchange doing that. That's the end point of what we're doing, so that we'll be able to put Nigeria in the pharmaceutical map of the world. Tomorrow at the conference strategy session, we shall be listening to Mr. Yusuf Philip Yila, the Director of Development Finance Department of the Central Bank of Nigeria, and Dr. Tolu Adewole, of the CEO of Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Healthcare Development and Investment Company. We have invited them to discuss the Pharma Park and the research and development efforts of NAIP and NAPA with the aim of finding the best funding opportunities to help us realize them. So we hope that that session will point us in the right direction to be able to actualize these initiatives. We are also going to have elections, because in a few weeks to come, the current National Executive Committee will have finished the second of tenure of 2 years. That is, we have said for 4 years. So we're going to have elections, and we hope that new leadership will emerge for NAIP. We're also going to have our closing banquet, during which we shall honor and celebrate exceptional performers whose initiatives, projects, efforts are impacting positively on Nigerians, the health sector, and the pharmacy profession. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we would like to pay glowing tributes to our great president of our great society, the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Maazi Sam Ohuabunwa OFR, for his unwavering support to NAIP, her programs, projects, and activities. Sir, your encouragement, I must tell you, is a potent tonic for us. And you've done so much for us, and we are eternally grateful for your support. Thank you so much, sir. To our amiable mother, chairman of today's event, Dr. Dere Awoshika, we are eternally grateful for your accepting to chair this event, despite your busy schedule, and also for using your strong network to support our efforts. Thank you very much, ma. We appreciate you. Also, for our special guest of honor, Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluyi. I met him in 1991, though he didn't meet me then. That was at Enugu during your last conference as the president of PSN. I still have that booklet you shared that day. I'm grateful to you, sir, for mentoring me from a distance and for supporting NAIP all the way. God bless you, sir. We want to thank all our special guests who are here present. I may not be able to call you out one after the other, but we are very grateful that you have graced this occasion, and we are highly indebted to you. We cannot close this address without, of course, appreciating the Royal Father, the Oba of Lagos, His Royal Highness Oba Rewan Akiolu, who is unable to come here today. They wrote to tell us he may not be able to come. So later on, we'll plan a courtesy visit, because the one we planned for didn't hold because they are renovating the palace. So we'll try to do that. We also want to thank our indefatigable governor, His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for graciously accepting to host us at the Center of Excellence. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a rewarding, exhilarating, and memorable experience during this conference. I'll conclude by thanking, most of all, the Almighty God, whom it has pleased to grant us all what it takes to be here today, despite COVID, despite NSAS, despite herdsmen, despite Boko Haram, despite IPOB. We are all here. Thanks be to God. May He bless us all abundantly and grant us a safe journey back to our various destinations. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
Thank you very much, our National Chairman. We've been sufficiently welcomed. I think now it's time to have the opening remarks at this opening ceremony. And I would like to invite no other person than the chairman of this occasion, our amiable member of the Federal Republic and fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Dr. Mrs. Dere Awoshika. Dr. Awoshika, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, colleagues. I want to especially stand on the existing protocol very well laid by the president of NAIP, went into all the efforts to make it easy for us. And while doing that, as I've not seen my president for long, both my president now and my president emeritus, President Julie, I just want to especially greet both himself and Sam Ohamboa, our president. Thank you. I want to, at this point, thank the president of NAIP, the Inspector General, Anuku. He's inspected everything here, and make sure all was well and very beautiful. Thank you, and for NAIP for inviting me. I feel happy back to the circle of Pharmacist. I've been too much out of the circle of Pharmacist, so when I'm back, I'm really have a sweet feeling inside me, and I give God the glory, and I'm happy to see everyone, especially the fact that we're moving forward at the 24th Annual National Conference of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists on a theme that is indisputable, needed, real, must be focused on. We must think through like they thought through before they got to that corner. Technological revolution, adaptation in industrial pharmacy practice. And I will just say that beyond the practice, from the industry to the hospital, from the industry to the retail pharmacy, from the industry to the wholesale pharmacy, from the industry to the distributors. So it's a cornerstone for pharmacy practice. Technology, innovation in the pharmaceutical industry is a must. It's not if we want. It is a must. It's a must do for every one of us. Not only is innovation happening globally, it's happening rapidly. The pharmaceutical industries must involve themselves in the numerous technology, and they are numerous indeed. I'll mention a few. The AI, the artificial intelligence, the big data, the blockchain, the IoT, Internet of Things, integration, 3D printed drugs, digitization of medicines through healthcare mobile applications. All these things are available. We can teach ourselves. We can also teach ourselves through the groups. It's a needed thing that we must move into. We must not look back in moving forward from today that will take on the theme of technological revolution, adaptation. We need to adopt, we need to adapt. Having said so, there are 7 technologies. We have a very competent person that is doing the keynote address, and I'm itching and hoping that I can come back and come and listen to him. He coming from FIP, Sholari. I'm looking forward to that. And I'm hoping that one of the 7 key areas will be looked into, such as the artificial intelligence and machine learning. Basically, the artificial intelligence and machine learning are undoubtedly the next big thing for the pharmaceutical industry, very undoubtedly. We just have to look at it. AI is already being used in healthcare industry for conducting repetitive tasks such as data entry, lab test analysis, data management, analysis for healthcare systems to identify errors or inefficiencies. Where do we need more of identification of that, if not pharmacy? It's also used in medical consultations, medical management that monitor all of these. AI system, artificial intelligence is used for them. The second most important is digitization of medicines through healthcare, the mobile app. Pharma companies around the world are lately realizing that it's not enough anymore if they're only producing and developing drugs. Recent trends show that they will need to go beyond physical appearance of medicine itself and offer a complete package. And we need that so very easily in Nigeria to be able to penetrate. These are already called the around the pill digital offerings. Around the pill digital offerings. We need them. Digital health, mobile apps, devices or services such as this will help the doctor to understand where we are coming from and where the patient needs to get to. The AR and VR has a lot to contribute to the industry. As companies struggle to engage doctors and research timelines, they spin into a whirlwind of more and more studies. With the ability that we have gotten, we should be able to captivate the virtual world with this app. The Internet of Things integration has incredible potential, incredible, to help the pharmaceutical industry. The blockchain is still now a complicated technology for most of the industries. It's tough to realize the benefits, but the pharmaceutical industries that have used them have gone very far and very fast. Also, we have the 3D printing drugs. Well, it's just a concept of fantasies, but this concept has come to the light and it started implementation in 2015. It's time that we run ahead with all of this. And they have the organs on chips as well. testing of drugs on humans, on animals, the framework of costly and lengthy clinical trials are a thing of the past. So I'm happy that we'll be having NAFDAC, we'll be having NAIP and so on, and all the industries that are here. We need to look at the organ on the chips and begin to run with our clinical trials. This is a great thing that is happening today. This is a great thing for Nigeria. This is a great thing for the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. We need to hinge on adaptation of technology, adopt it, run with it, not talk with it, but work with it. Thank you for inviting me.
That round of applause was for the master of ceremony. Please, can we put our hands together for the chairman of this occasion? Brilliant, brilliant. You remember that I was thinking of using the restroom during the keynote address speaker with these snippets we've received. I'm sure you don't want to leave your seat where the keynote address is going on. We would like to, another thing is, I think that phrase, standing on existing protocol, is a good one to use. So maybe other speakers could adopt that phrase. The protocol, existing protocol, the foundation is strong, so you can stand on it. All right, so next we have goodwill messages. Many people wish us well, and they are just itching to say it. And then we need to just give them 1 minute each, I think. Anyway, yeah. Just goodwill message as you have it prepared. So I'd like to begin first with their fellows, the board of fellows, and the chairman of the board of fellows is here. So I'd like to invite first Professor Oyewo to make a goodwill message. Prof, please.
Thank you very much. Goodwill message from the Board of Fellows to NAIP, presented by the Chairman Board of Fellows, Professor Femi Oyewo. I purposely said that name so that they will stop calling me Oyewo. I've moved me from F to O in the class. It's a lot of difference, in terms of number of people. The chairman of this occasion, Pharmacist Dr. Dere Awoshika, OFR, FPSN, the president, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Mazi Sam Ohabua, MON, FPSN, the chairman of NAIP, Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku, the president of Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy, the special guest for today, our own Prince Julius Adelusi Adeloye. Other protocols duly observed. I have obeyed his instruction somehow. Before I leave protocols, distinguished fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, I can't be here and not recognize fellows of PSN and also fellows of WAPCP and fellows of Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy. I felicitate with the chairman and the entire membership of NAIP for putting together this event in spite of the terrible security situation and economic crunch. The theme of this year's conference, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in the Industrial Pharmacy Practice, was carefully chosen and is apt. This is because digital technology is an unstoppable revolution, especially in the healthcare sector. So we need to move with the times and with best global practices. I know that the keynote speaker for today, Pharmacist Shola Sholari, president of the Industrial Pharmacy section of International Pharmaceutical Federation, FIP, a round of applause for that quiet gentleman, will not perform below expectation, being a seasoned industrialist and an expert. I believe that the strategies of this conference will be focused on driving self-sufficiency in local medicine production and thereby ensuring medicine security for the good people of Nigeria and even within the sub-region. The Board of Fellows will give all the necessary support to see to the realization of this objective, because we have always been very concerned with medicine security in Nigeria. I must say that I have watched with great interest the achievements of NAIP under their dynamic chairman, Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku, a silent achiever. I want a round of applause for that man. No noise. It took me some time to know what IG meant, you know. The first meeting I had and they said, is IG here? The president was saying, is IG here? And I said, which IG? Is it the retired OKK or which one of them? Until I knew he was the one. And indeed, he deserves to be the IG of NAIP, a silent achiever. I congratulate you, and especially on the Pharma Industrial Park, a one-stop production sector which is a disruptive innovation that will also ensure medicine security in Nigeria. I sincerely and wholeheartedly look forward to the completion of this laudable, innovative project, a disruptive revolution. I wish you and all members of NAIP, and indeed the PSN, because your achievement is also an achievement for PSN, I wish us all a wonderful and a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Femi Oyewo. Okay, so more goodwill messages rolling in. We'll have from our regulator, the Pharmacist Council of Nigeria, the registrar, our double prophet, Professor Pharmacist Elijah Mohammed, ably represented here by the Southwest Zonal Director, Pharmacist Yejide Osheni.
Standing on the existing protocol, I bring the goodwill message of the Registrar, Pharmacist Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist NAIP Mohammed, on this occasion of the 24th National Conference of the Nigerian Association of Industrial Pharmacists. I bring greetings and felicitations from the management and staff of the Pharmacist Council of Nigeria to the leadership and members of the National Association of Industrial Pharmacists on this occasion of the 24th National Conference of NAIP. I want to appreciate the dedication and resilience of our colleagues in the industrial sector for keeping the sector afloat despite the challenges being faced. I am convinced that your collective commitment is key towards the realization of self-sufficiency in drug production in Nigeria. The theme of this conference, Technological Revolution Adaptation in Industrial Pharmacy Practice, is apt and relevant, especially at this time that the world is rapidly undergoing technological revolution in the advent of different occurrences, especially the COVID-19 pandemic. It is a known fact that technological revolution is a period in which one or more technologies is replaced by another novel technology in a short period of time. It is an era of accelerated technological progress characterized by new innovations, which rapid application and diffusion typically cause an abrupt change in society. The world is indeed changing rapidly due to this revolution, and it is powered by cloud, social, mobile, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence, along with increasing computer power and data. the Pharmacist Council of Nigeria is not left behind in this regard. The management of PCN is taking several steps to improve Pharmacist Council of Nigeria regulatory functions with the use of digital technology. The PCN, in collaboration with some reputable NGOs, had designed digitalized quality assurance, quality improvement tools on PCN key regulatory processes. Similarly, the automation and digitalization of some regulatory activities by the PCN of pharmaceutical premises, improve quality inspections and facilitate decision making. In the same vein, the self-assessment tools developed will also help community pharmacists and patent medicine vendors to assess their premises, human resource, and patient management. Let me also inform you that the PCN has also upgraded its ICT system. The upgraded system of the PCN website is now user-friendly. Due to change in society and advances in technology, pharmacy practice will continue to adapt and change. The law says that prescription-only medicines can only be sold or supplied or offered for sale or supply from a registered pharmacy. And this must be done or under the supervision of a pharmacist, either in a traditional way, at a distance, or on the internet. However, the World Health Organization is concerned that internet sales may bypass national drug regulatory authorities, thereby liberating medical products which are unapproved, fraudulent, unsafe, or ineffective into the market. In this era of internet pharmacy, the PCN has developed a robust regulation for the online sites involved in the sales of medicine. The PCN is also collaborating with Interpol to track and ensure effective regulation of these sites. I want to implore the pharma industry in Nigeria to prioritize production of active pharmaceutical ingredients, research and development, industrial Internet of Things, use of 3D printing in manufacturing, among other technological revolution in industrial pharmacy practice in Nigeria. There is no doubt that the keynote address speaker of today, as well as other speakers in this conference, will do justice to the theme of this conference, and all stakeholders will come out with implementable solutions to improve technological revolution in pharma industry in Nigeria. I wish you a very happy deliberation. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go online and hear from the representative of NAFDAC, Dr. Monica Ehunjese, Director of R&R NAFDAC, will be making a goodwill message. Raji, can we take this? Good. Voice, face. Okay, talking about technology. All right, so you've seen the name, you will see a voice soon. Meanwhile, I will ask if the representative of NAIP is here, or Federal Ministry of Health.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good morning.
We were hearing you actually.
I think you are muting me. I'm unmuted on this end. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, hi, Monica.
Can I go ahead?
Please, by all means.
Okay. The chairman, Dr. Deria Woshika, MFR, the president of the PSN, Mazi Samohabunwa, the Prince of Princes, Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluyi, the chairman of the Board of Fellows, Professor Femi Oyewo, keynote speaker, Pharmacist Shola Sholarin, the chairman of NAIP, IG Anuku, all other protocols duly established. May I first extend the apologies of the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Moji Christiana Adeye, on her inability to be here physically or virtually due to a clash in her schedule. She has asked me to convey her heartfelt appreciation to the chairman, IG Anuku, and members of his executive, as well as all members of NAIP, on the auspicious occasion of the 24th Annual Conference of NAIP with the theme, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in Industrial Pharmacy Practice. The role of technology in all spheres of life cannot be overemphasized. And the active efforts of NAIP over the years to strengthen pharmacy practice have been well documented and are highly appreciated. As an agency of government, we align with the quest to ensure medicine security and support the local manufacture of products while building regulatory practice to support product development. We also align with their efforts to ensure that products of research and development are commercialized, and their efforts again are demonstrated at this conference. We congratulate the NAIP on this conference and recognize their collaborative efforts over the years, which clearly demonstrate the endless possibilities which will definitely be advanced by the adaptation of technology. On this note, let me convey the appreciation of NAFDAC and all staff of the agency and wish you all a very fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
For that. This conference is a hybrid, and then we are seeing it, we are feeling it, we're experiencing it. And then the theme of the conference has technology in it, so we are well-rounded. So the representative of Federal Ministry of Health, NAIP and National Association of Pharmacists in the Academia. Okay, so while they make their way here, I would like to move over to the remarks by the Executive Secretary and Chief. Yeah, they will come, their time will come. Associations, their time will come, yeah. Academic pharmacist? Okay, please. Can we have you?
Good morning, Chairman of the occasion, President of PSN, President of NAIP, special guests, award recipients, fellows of the profession, colleagues, invitees. I want to also stand or rest or lie down on existing protocols as the case may be. Yes. NAPA, that's Nigeria Association of Pharmacists in Academia, felicitates with NAIP on this remarkable outing. To assemble this well-articulated and organized conference at this critical time in the history of the nation is not a mean feat. And I have the chairman of NAIP, the ebullient, ever-prolific, agile, and versatile pharmacist, IG Anuku, and his team of expert digital organizers to commend for this. The theme of the conference, Technological Revolution, Adaptation to Industrial Pharmacy Practice, is very apt and relevant at this time. Technology has indeed peaked, and the Nigerian pharma sector, led and anchored by the industrial section, should not be lagging in any way. Nigerian pharmacy in particular needs to rise up to the current technological hype. NAPA has had a long-term productive romance with NAIP. We therefore cannot afford not wishing you well in this year's annual conference. NAIP, as a matter of fact, has had a long history of productiveness and proactivity, and we will remain ever proud of you. We will be meeting next month, that is NAPA, for our own national conference on a similar theme. That shows me that we are all bracing up to imbibe this new global ins and normals in the pharma world. Working together, therefore, we are sure to succeed, God being our helper. It's on this note that I, on behalf of several hundreds of Nigerian academic pharmacists, wish to remarkably wish NAIP a successful 2021 annual conference. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. So this is the final departure call for the goodwill messages from NAIP and Federal Ministry of Health. Okay. All right. So we move on. So we'd like to invite the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of NHIS, Professor Mohammed Nasir Sambo, who is ably represented by the State Coordinator, Yaba Lagos. She's a Deputy General Manager of that organization. Please join me to welcome Catherine Tazamado. A round of applause for her, please, as she comes.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished guests, organizers, and all participants. My name is Catherine Tanzamado. I bring you greetings from the Executive Secretary of National Health Insurance Scheme, Professor Mohammed Nasir Sambo, who is unavoidably absent today. He's extremely delighted to have been invited to a special occasion as a special guest to this conference, which seeks to revolutionize the current practice of industrial pharmacy through technological innovation. The National Health Insurance Scheme, as the regulator of health insurance industry in Nigeria, was established under the NHIS Act 2004 by the federal government of Nigeria to provide easy access to healthcare for all Nigerians. It also provides financial protection from burden of huge medical bills through prepayment for healthcare services. Our target is to achieve universal coverage by 2030. Research has shown that medicine accounts for over 25% of the total health expenditure. while in some low and middle income countries, up to 67% of their THE may be on pharmaceuticals. Of such expenditures, more than 50% is out of pocket. Ensuring the availability of quality drugs at affordable cost, therefore, is very important, especially as it has an overreaching benefit to the entire healthcare delivery system, regardless of the health financing model. Since the commencement of cover in 2005, NHIS had to contend with several issues to pursue in the pursuit of its mandate. These include negative perception of quality of drugs dispensed within the healthcare insurance ecosystem. It seems the average Nigerian is more particular about branded drugs. So we are daily plagued with issues of people not wanting to have generic drugs. And we hope that this body is going to work so well to help us overcome the challenge of Nigerians not wanting generic drugs but having a preference for branded drugs. Out-of-pocket stock syndrome are some of the problems we have. Like I did say, generic drugs versus branded drugs issues. Out-of-pocket payments for drugs covered under NHIS. As you may have noted, quite a lot of these challenges revolve around pharmaceuticals. To address this, the scheme embarked on strategic stakeholder engagement involving pharmaceutical companies and manufacturers in Nigeria. In 2009, the Executive Secretary wishes to inform you that this organization, NAIP, was one of the critical stakeholders we have engaged with. Other critical stakeholders the NHIS has engaged with include the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, NAFDAC, Nigerian Customs Service, Federal Ministry of Health, and Federal Ministry of Trade and Industry, HMOs, and HCPANs. This has led to the development of NHIS drug supply initiatives. The key components of these initiatives include NHIS drug branding. Here, pharmaceuticals manufacturers will be requested to manufacture specific drugs which will be branded for NHIS and to be used within the health insurance ecosystem. Secondly, cost sharing. Here, the cost of otherwise expensive drugs, which are usually out of reach of the patients, will be shared willingly between pharmaceutical companies, NHIS, and other interested stakeholders. And lastly, innovative financing. This initiative will lead to creation of funds that will finance the purchase of high costs of drugs for diseases that could lead to catastrophic expenditure. We believe that when implemented, that is the NHIS drug brands, we believe that when it is implemented, it will increase local manufacturing capacity, ensuring drug security and guarantee accessibility, affordability, availability and acceptability of the high quality of pharmaceuticals at all times. The guidelines for this initiative so far has been produced, and currently advocacy among various stakeholders is ongoing to ensure seamless uptake and implementation across the nation. We are this passionate since we fully align to the dogma that there cannot be universal coverage without the accessibility of qualitative medicine. We recognize that the theme of this event focuses on the revolutionizing the current practice of industrial pharmacy through technological innovation. This is laudable, but please ensure that whatever technology innovations are being introduced into the industry, your product remain accessible, affordable, and of the highest quality for the sake of the consuming public. We look forward to a future synergy and collaboration between NHIS and NAIP in order to sustain the massive gain that will be achieved through the initiative in other areas. Professor Sambo, wish you all a fruitful deliberation and a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, please. It's easier for you than me. Okay. All right. Before we take the pharmacy anthem, I'll just make a few recognitions. We have here the DG of NAIP, Dr. Obi Adigwe. Dr. Obi Adigwe is waving. Please, a round of applause for him. Would we hear your voice soon? Sir, would we hear you give us a goodwill? 1 minute? Soon. Okay, all right. You can come and do it right now. All right. You're welcome, sir.
The President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Prince. While I was on my way from the airport, I saw that our mama, our mentor, was giving speech as chairman, Pharmacist Dr. Awoshika. And I also saw my boss, our mentor, and the Amazon of pharmacy, Professor Mrs. and board, the only man that is the chairman of Board of Fellow. All other protocols observed. I represent NAIP through Dr. Obi Peter Adigwe at this meeting. I also represent myself, and I'll be doing that later in the afternoon. And I'm proudly going to represent myself, my DG, and my institute. But I will speak for NAIP as the DG now. And that is to extend felicitations to NAIP. I'd like to borrow, to prove to you that I was actually following while I was on my way, I'd like to borrow the word of our chairman board of fellows, that the chairman of NAIP is a silent achiever. He's not a silent achiever. Well, if you don't know him closely, you will think he's silent and cool and gentle. He is not. He knows how to absorb a lot of things, but when he sparks, his electricity is more dangerous than the electrostatic forces. Oh, yes. So, and my DG knows him personally. And I know him personally. I want to thank you for where you have moved NAIP to. I am a witness, a living witness to what has happened, and I'll be talking on that since I have a privilege of some hours later this afternoon. But to tell NAIP in Nigeria that a new baseline has been created. And for those of you who have been WhatsApping and contesting for whatever, if you know you are not ready to move up, just withdraw before the election. We wish you well. The current NAIP NEC, you know that NAIP was at your beck and call, and we have evidence to show for that.
Yes, your DG will hear that he was ably represented at this occasion. So I just have a few recognitions. I'd like to, all the way from Kano State, the PSN chairman of Kano State is here present, Pharmacist Sani Ali. Pharmacist Sani Ali, you're welcome. Okay. And despite, next is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and then the black face mask he's wearing is called All right. Yeah, I was saying that the black face mask is covering his characteristic long white beard, but we're still able to identify him. So we have with us here Sir Ifeanyi Atoyi. Sir Ifeanyi Atoyi, please. Yes, he's the one. He's the one. Believe me, yes, he's the one. Okay. And of course, we have Professor Cyril Osifo. He's here present. Professor Cyril Osifo, can you stand, wave? Yes. So we'll say we have one more good read, but we're taking the next set of good messages. So we take the pharmacy anthem, and it's on page 14. Please, can we go to page 14? And in this era of microwave things happening very fast, we'll just take the first anthem and the chorus, if you permit me. So only the pharmacists here present should stand to say the pharmacy anthem. And this pharmacy anthem, of course, will usher in the president, #1 citizen of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, for his own session. So the pharmacist in the hall should stand for the pharmacy anthem. And I'll give you the cue to start. The Princes, do I give you a mic? I do it, okay, all right. With your blessing, sir, I would proceed. 1, 2, go. We are proud of pharmacy. We remember all our glorious PSN. Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join hands for pharmacist, drug making. We are there. 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 A round of applause for ourselves. Wow. Thank you. So we'd like to invite the #1 citizen of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, our president, Pharmacist, Mazisa Ohambuwa. Please, President, please.
Thank you. The chairman of this 24th Annual National Conference of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP, our own pacesetter, Dr. Dera Woshika, former retired permanent secretary, the first woman to lead the national program on immunization, past national secretary of PSN, and currently the chairman of Access Bank. Our special guest of honor, our own mentor-in-chief, a man whose external dress represents the purity of his heart and the sincerity of his purpose. A man who exhibits love in its true sense, because the Bible says God is love. And you cannot say you love God when you don't love your fellow man. I haven't met anybody who said he didn't receive some love from Julie, at least among the pharmacists. I don't know about the lawyers, but at the pharmacists at least, I know he loves all of us. I greet you, sir. It's always a pleasure to be in your presence. my friend and colleague, IG Anuku. You are not Mrs. Oyewo, Femi Oyewo is not the only person who was wondering what IG meant. I also wondered what it meant at the first time. But I'd like to acknowledge you, IG Anuku, for who you are. I have met people in my walk through life. I worked in the industry, pharmaceutical industry, for 33 years, 18 years at CEO level. And I worked with a lot of people, colleagues, subordinates, superordinates, and those who I have met even when I left the industry. I must acknowledge the efficiency of this young man. That is, if he's still young. He looks young, but he may not be as young as he looks, because he's single. He has a single mind focus, and he is a visionary leader, somebody who sees tomorrow and is willing to make the investments for tomorrow to happen. IG, I acknowledge you, and it's a pleasure working with you as members of NEC of the PSN. Let me welcome and acknowledge the chair of the Board of Fellows, our own Professor Mbang Femi Oyewo, who is my friend, my classmate, and a very kindred spirit in the work we're doing together for PSN at this time. Fellows of the Pharmacy Society of Nigeria here present, fellows of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, fellows of the National Academy of Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. I acknowledge all of you, the special guests who have been invited to this meeting, colleagues of mine in NAIP, because NAIP is my technical group, who are here, other pharmacists, ladies and gentlemen. I always preface my remarks anywhere with thanks to God, because I one man who believed that were it not for his grace, the Bible says we'll have all been consumed. Those who know me, by this time yesterday, somewhere else. So God carries us around. Afflicted, especially at this time of COVID-19. We are the frontline health workers who are interacting with patients every day. And when they walk into our pharmacy, we do not know what they come with. Tuberculosis or COVID-19 or anything else. We confront them every day. We take the hits. But it's God's blessings and God's grace that we don't go down as many will have gone down when they get those direct hits. So I want to thank God for that. Again, thank you, IG and the NAIP, for inviting me to this meeting. And I'm so grateful that we are making progress in NAIP. As we are making progress in PSN. I was telling one of my colleagues yesterday, or 2 days ago, that there's no difference between PSN and the technical groups. Because if you take away the technical groups, who then is PSN? Even me, I'm a member of NAIP, so who is PSN? PSN is the umbrella body of all the technical groups. And that's why we have a constitution that guides our activities, and it's supposed to make us work together, but with individual emphasis by the technical groups, areas of focus. And that was why when I came on board as PSM president, by the grace of God and your agreement, I challenged the NAIP. In fact, the first committee we set up was the committee we called PSN Committee on Research, Documentation, and Industrializing. And the mandate was exactly to work with NAIP and all those who are in industry to lift up our productivity, especially from the point of local drug output and local value addition. And I'm glad that when IG spoke, and we're going to also hear today some of the results of that effort that has been ongoing and being sustained. We set ourselves some landmarks. We said by the year 2022, we should improve actually the percentage of local production. Today, we're always saying 30, 40. Nobody knows exactly what it is. But we agree that by 2022, we should have a definite movement in the level of local production, not just remaining on 30, 40%. We say 40. Sometimes NAFDAC says 30. We must have the exact figure of what our local production is, and then we must move it to the at least 5% higher than it was. We also agree that certain products that are inputs to local manufacturing must be taken. We must stop importing them. They must be developed locally. We took all those decisions even before COVID, and we're happy that COVID has given us greater impetus in pursuing those two areas. Of course, tomorrow or so, we're going to be honoring some of the people who have made contributions to the opportunity to address these issues. For example, the CBN, the special 100 billion provision they have made for the industry. It's a major boost for the ability to raise capacity and capabilities to manufacture products. Today, we're seeing pharmaceutical companies talking about going to vaccines. We're seeing NAFDAC working hard to get proper certification so that they can in Nigeria. These were things nobody spoke about, or we didn't know were going to happen so quickly. So we're grateful that God, even from the ashes of COVID, is helping to give us some beauty for pharmacy. I also want to say that I have had a very pleasant working relationship with NAIP, and NAIP has involved me in virtually everything that they have done. It's a classical way to cooperate. We have no reason to compete within the pharmacy. There's so much work to be done, so much. If we were 100 of us or 1,000 of us holding leadership positions, we still need more. So we need to cooperate. The way we're cooperating with the Board of Fellows, for the first time, Board of Fellows and PSN are working hand in gloves. No competition, no strife. We're working with NAIP, we're working with AHPN, we're working with all the other technical groups to be sure that we do not dissipate energy, but harness energy to move forward. Even the academy works with PSN. it respects PSN. Each time the academy wants to set up, do anything, first consults PSN. You know, if they're going to form a multi-sectoral committee, they ask us to. They don't just go and pick somebody, and after all of us are members of PSN. So they might as well have picked Lulu and say he's representing PSN. So things have to be done in an orderly manner, and NAIP has shown a great example. That's why they've taken a lot of my time. I've been with them to many places, to Izombe, to Ebonyi State, to Anambra State. There's nowhere they haven't gone. But it's paid off. Because I remember when we came to Ebonyi and they were making a yanga and trying to make it difficult for us to get good terms of for the farmer park. When the governor didn't know I was there at the signing ceremony, when we walked out because the terms were not acceptable and we came back. But when he now saw me in the open at the groundbreaking, he said, Mazi, were you here? I said, yes. He took the microphone and said that if he knew I was here, he wouldn't make all those wahala. That he believed that with my presence in this project, that Ebonyi State didn't have to have any fears, that this project was going to work. Of course, that was an acknowledgement, but also an increased responsibility on me. And so I've been pushing with Professor Kora and IG and other members of NAIP leadership. We now have a certificate of occupancy. We're working with a consulting group that has agreed to help us set up the infrastructure so that the farmer park will come alive. That's because NAIP has shown that I have a resource they can use, and it's worked for us in diverse ways. So I recommend NAIP and its activity. Of course, AHPN has also done well. Kingsley Mibo, he's here today. He's, okay, oh yeah, you're there. Yeah, he's another very great gentleman in the profession, emerging leaders for tomorrow. So I'm happy to have the privilege of working with these people. My hope is that the adaptation which NAIP has also done, because in many of the places that I have been, when a team is chosen by the national, the subgroups develop on the team, they devolve on the team in their own conferences. And even though we have not mandated it, because certain things are assumed, I am pleased that NAIP is showing good example. Their team for this meeting is exactly an adaptation of the national team for this year. So thank you for projecting this technology revolution and adapting it in industrial pharmacy practice. I believe that the opportunity we have to have a very distinguished pharmacist who has made us proud in FIP, Pharmacist Shola Rain, to give the keynote address, signposts the fact that pharmacy has come of age, and we want to play not only in the 21st century, but also to be part of all the evolving technologies into the future, which have been well outlined by the previous speakers here. And I know, Shola, they've set the base for you to now build on and expound on what we need to be doing to move forward. Last week, I was in Abuja to speak to the young pharmacists, and they were talking about future of pharmacy. I told them that the future of pharmacy is very bright. It has not been brighter than this, I can assure you. There was a time it looked as if we were being eclipsed, but I think we are rising. Because if you look around, you can see pharmacies rising everywhere. You know, look at the kind of premises we have in our community pharmacies now. When you move around this country, you are proud to walk into a pharmacy because the whole atmosphere has changed. Our community pharmacies are moving, coming on strong. The hospitals are moving. I was in UNTH about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was amazed at what pharmacists were doing in the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital. I was thoroughly amazed. The pharmacists had created such ambience for their practice every pharmacist there was happy. Or the CMD was happy, extolling the qualities of pharmacists and say they are the only group in the hospital who come with solutions and who come with problems and come with the solutions. That every other person comes with problems only and gives in the burden. But pharmacists come with problems and solutions. And that's why he's giving them free hand. They have up to 15 or so deputy directors, each manning the different spaces, oncology, pediatric, pharmacy, geriatric, all kinds of departments. You know, and I think it's setting a good example, and I've seen it happen in other places. UCH is coming on. University of Ilorin Teaching Hospital is also doing excellently well. I believe that FMC Yenagua is also doing well. That is where we ought to do. I've said we don't need anybody's permission or to move our profession to the front, to the front line, to where we want it to be. It's in our hands to do so. And that's why also I'm so glad that I think last week or week before the last, we also inaugurated this new pharmaceutical sector leadership consultative forum, which has now mandated by constitutional provision that the leaders of the different groups in pharmacy or pharmacy space must meet and harmonize and discuss how to, manage this space. When I was coming to this job, I spoke about ring-fencing pharmacy. And ring-fencing pharmacy is possible if we have NAFDAC, PCN, and NIPRID and Federal Ministry of Health working together. Because between these 3-4 institutions, the whole space can be managed, even if our laws were as inefficient or deficient as they are. And I'm glad that we have had the first inaugural meeting of that. It was informal in the past. People met, the president will call, somebody will call, they will meet. But now there is a provision in the Constitution of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Unless any of those guys is not a pharmacist, if they fail to come to these meetings and participate, then we'll have a disciplinary committee where we can refer them to. And so I'm glad that nobody will want to go to the disciplinary committee. So we will work together and make sure we hold the pharmaceutical space and support the evolution of the new pharmacy. When you look at what our young pharmacists are doing, when you look at what our pharmacists in APIN are doing, even the pharmacies in NAIP and in every sub-segment, NAIROFARM, I can see some glowing future for pharmacy. So I want to leave you here, ladies and gentlemen, with the message that pharmacy is on the rise, and you are the ones doing it. And I'm glad that we have gotten to the point where we are becoming confident of ourselves. With the approval of the PharmD going, with the approval of the consultancy cadre, and with all other things that are evolving, pharmacy is on the rise. Thank you for inviting me, and I believe that this conference will be productive and profitable. And at the end of the day, everybody who has come here will return safely. Thank you. God bless you.
Our president has spoken. I'll take one or two goodwill messages, after which we get ready to hear the long-awaited keynote address. So I'll take from PMG Man, the chairman, PMG Man, Dr. Fidelis Ayebe, who is the CEO of Fitzin, is ably represented by the executive secretary of PMG Man, Frank Monemo. Please, a round of applause for him, please. Sorry, let me check how I wrote this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Frank Moneme is the name. Thank you. the president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, our own Mazi Ohabunwa, the man that thinks beyond pharmaceutical space. The chairman of the NAIP, my own friend, IG Anuku, the chair lady of the Board of Fellows, Ma, I want to stand on the existing protocols so that I don't go the wrong track. If I'm to call all the leaders here, then maybe I'll do it the wrong way. I want to stand on the existing protocols. I am here representing the chairman of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group, Dr. Fidelis Ayebe. I bring apologies. He should have been here himself, but then he's not in the country. The entire Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria commends NAIP for putting up this great conference. Looking at the title, is quite timely. NAIP, as we all know, is more like the engine room of the pharmaceutical manufacturing. In fact, I would like to use the word the brain box of pharmaceutical manufacturing in Nigeria. To the glory of God, I don't think I've ever heard them say they are going on industrial action, because if they do, the whole system will be shut down. I commend you all. As you know, the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group, our vision is how do we support to attain medicine security for Nigeria. I'm very keen in doing that is to ensure that safe, quality, and affordable medicines are produced for Nigerians. Recently, I would say that medicine security turned out to become the buzzword adopted by stakeholders, policymakers. For the record, the medicine security is a concept conceptualized by Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group to speak to policymakers, stakeholders on the need to pay attention to the pharmaceutical manufacturing sector. And medicine security argues that except the country or the people exert sufficient inputs on how the medicines they consume are produced, except to take ownership, except to take that responsibility, access to safe, quality, affordable medicines will continue to be a mirage. In most fora where I find myself, we are talking about health inequality, we are talking about achieving sustainable development goals. NHIS, we talk about how do you use universal health coverage to achieve access to medicine. And I always argue, you can't be talking about achieving medicine, achieving universal health coverage, health equality, without looking at paying attention to that space that manufactures the medicines that you can use to take care of the people. So for us to be able to drive this vision of medicine security, NAIP, I strongly believe, is already on the driver's seat to make this happen. Our goal, simple goal, is how do we reverse Nigerians over-dependent on imported medicines? For a country with a population of 200 million, at the population growth rate of 3.2%, you can't depend on other countries to manufacture medicines for you. For us, we've been advocating for this in the past. As a matter of fact, at the National Council on Health, the second Council on Health, I made a presentation on the need to pay attention to the industry. The same with National Council on Industry, Trade and Investment. We made a presentation on need to prioritize, give a priority status to local manufacturing. The reason is simple. If you don't do that, in times of emergency like we saw in pandemic, we'll all be in crisis. A very key component of medicine security is access, affordability, quality, and safety. And I must say that the most speedy way to achieve this goal is by leveraging on technology. You can't be talking about quality, safety, without leveraging on technology. And I must say that this conversation is timely, and I want to urge NAIP to have a wonderful deliberation in this regard. Together, we will attain this goal of reversing our countries being over-dependent on imported medicines. Once again, on behalf of the chairman and the entire membership of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group, I congratulate NAIP and wish you guys a happy deliberation. Thank you.
You know, he's an executive secretary, so he's, the good message has to come out like that. Now, I would like to invite very briefly just two more goodwill messages before we listen to this company presentation. I'll go to the technical groups. I'd like to invite the National Chairman of Association of Hospital and Administrative Pharmacists of Nigeria, here present, Dr. Kingsley Chiedum Amibo. Dr. Amibo, please. That's National Chairman of Hospital Pharmacists, please. I think we deserve a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. The chairman of today's occasion, Pharmaceutical Daddy, the one and only Prince Julie, indefatigable PSN President, the keynote address speaker, Chairman, Board of Fellows, PSN, permit me to stand on existing protocols and to go straight to the goodwill message from the Association of Hospital and the Pharmacists of Nigeria, AHAP. I bring you greetings from the National Executive Committee and all members of the Association of Hospital and Pharmacists of Nigeria, AHAP, on this official occasion of the 2021 National Conference of the Nigerian Association of Industrial Pharmacists, NAIP. I sincerely appreciate my good friend, Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku, National Chairman of NAIP, and the entire ESCO for deeming it necessary to invite AHAP to this August gathering. We commend NAIP for the giant strides you are making and your contributions to the development and upliftment of the pharmacy profession in Nigeria. We congratulate you for your recent acquisition of a pharmaceutical manufacturing park in Ebonyi State, which will go a long way to ensure medicine security in Nigeria. AHAP and NAIP are like parts of a tree that depend on each other in a mutually beneficial relationship. AHAP needs NAIP for continuous supply of medicines to our public hospitals to meet individual patient needs. It's generally agreed that without medicines, hospital pharmacy practice will be incomplete. NAIP, on the other hand, needs the hospital sector as an avenue to push out your well-researched, safe, and efficacious products, and that's how it's supposed to be. Of recent, however, there has been challenges with payment for supplies made to hospitals by various hospital management, set to run into billions of naira, which has caused a lot of discomfort financially to your members. I wish to assure you that we at AHAP are not relenting over these debts. We have made several representations to the Federal Ministry of Health on the need for government to defray the indebtedness of the various hospitals. The PSN president is equally on top of the situation. He has reached out severally to the executive arm of government, as well as the National Assembly, on the need for government intervention to offset the debts once and for all. So I can assure you that these debts will be settled sooner than later. AHAP is proposing a bill for an act to give legal backing to the drug revolving fund scheme by government. The bill is proposing for a maximum period of 90 days for all supplies to be paid, as well as punish defaulters. It's a fervent hope that this bill will pave way for greater collaboration between AHAP and NAIP, and we're asking for the support of NAIP and PMG-MAN to see the bill through. We commend NAIP for your efforts at research and development and for churning out safe, efficacious medications despite the harsh operating environment and distressed economy. AHAP has been championing advocacy to government to provide the enabling environment for pharmaceutical industries to thrive by way of reduction of tariff on imported products, provision of foreign exchange as subsidiaries, and intervention funds that the CBN is currently engaged in. I was also seeking greater collaboration with NAIP in the area of joint collaborative research that will lead to production of safe and efficacious medicines that will ensure drug security in Nigeria. On this occasion of the 24th annual conference with the theme Technological Revolution, the Adaptation in Industrial Pharmacy Practice, AHAP wishes you a very successful conference, and we're inviting you to attend the second annual conference in Ilorin, Kwara State, from 2nd to 6th August 2021. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you very much for that goodwill message. And I'd like to invite the DG of the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, Dr. Samuel Ogene Tutuave, ably represented by Bibino Daniel. Bibino Daniel? Everyone decide to clap? You can clap, yes.
Thank you. The PSN National President, our leaders, the NAIP National Leadership, distinguished pharmacists, good afternoon all. My name is Bibino Daniel Sule. I'm here to represent pharmacist Dr. Samuel Ogene Etatuve, who is the Director General and Chief Executive of the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. It's an agency under the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. This is the first time a pharmacist is being appointed to this exalted position. And since he came on board, he has employed strategically quite a number of pharmacists. This happened when he came on board. The agency has no pharmacist before he was given that position. And I believe that is a good strategy in the right direction. Not only employing pharmacists, he placed them on strategic position and gave them some strategic responsibility to take. And his focus is to be able to employ not less than 30 pharmacists before he leaves office. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency has developed a lot of products, and we are happy that NAIP, national body, has visited the agency.
you okay now? Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on existing protocol duly established by NAIP chairman, Pharmacist IG Eko. He has done well by recognizing everybody. This issue of existing protocol is always very interesting to me because for me, it makes life easy for me anyway. When I come on board, I don't have to make any mistake because I have many senior colleagues that I can afford to miss out in recognizing. So, and it's always nice to be towards the tail end of the program. So they would have done all the recognition and then you just come on board and go straight to your speech. Also, I have to recognize our president. He is one person that I do respect, Pharmacist Sam Wambua. He's the father of our industry, so we need to recognize him. My name is Femi Shoremeko, and I'm the president of NAIROFAM. NAIROFAM actually congratulates NAIP on this occasion of its 24th annual national conference themed Technology Revolution, Adaptation in Industrial Pharmacy. The theme of this conference resonates very well with NAIROFAM, as we are an association of researchers and innovators. A technological revolution is a process in which one or more technologies are replaced by another novel technology in a short amount of time. It is an era of accelerated technological progress characterized by innovations whose rapid application and division typically cause an abrupt change in the set goals. What we are now exploring how to modify our usual business models and move from being almost 100% importation companies to companies that are now exploring opportunities in local manufacturing through the transfer of novel technology and technical wherewithal. As certain as this may sound to the hearing, it should be stated that this can only be achieved through a stepwise approach, which, if not handled with innovation, can lead to a total collapse of the originator business. But if there's one thing we are known for in NAIROFAM, it is innovation. And so we are engaging various stakeholders in the industry and amongst the regulators to find quick wins that would ensure a smooth and phased transition to full localization of our businesses. We are therefore looking forward to hearing what our distinguished keynote speaker, our pharmacist Shola Sholari, has to share with us on this subject and look forward to more collaborations with the industry. We congratulate IG Eko for this wonderful program, and we wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we get to the keynote address, we just have one more thing, which is the company presentation, and then that will be done by Kachi Laboratories Limited. You have just 10 minutes for this.
Signing on existing protocol, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pharmacist Obilom, an assistant general manager for Kachi Company Limited. And today we'll be talking about partnership to equip and provide quality laboratory solutions. We'll start with the words of Louis Pasteur, which says, "Without laboratories, men of science are soldiers without arms." What that means is that without laboratories, it will be very difficult for us to be really efficient in what we're trying to achieve. As we discharge our duties as partners to provide life-saving medication to the community, it is imperative that quality, safe, and affordable medicines are made available to the nation. These medicines must not be compromised, because compromise can lead to public safety issues which would erode our standing. And one of the ways which we can prevent that is by the use of pharmacopoeial reference standards. A compendium or compendium reference standard is a standard used to assay active ingredients, excipients, and impurity substances established under the aegis and approved by relevant compendium, such as USP. A compendial could be either documentary, which is a monograph, the book, or it could be a physical reference standard, which are highly pure materials for categorization. They are also used for quantitative data, apart from assay, and for calibration. And it could be either primary or secondary. So why should we use primary reference standards? And for the following reasons. For example, one, primary reference standards are quite pure, better purity than security standards. When it comes to reactivity, they are quite low compared to the secondary standards. So what that means is that they are able to maintain integrity for a long period of time during storage. And as such, they cannot be contaminated also. And they are also not hygroscopic, so they cannot absorb water and degrade. And for application, the use can be used over a wide range of applications, from analytical processes to characterization and even calibration. So in a nutshell, secondary substances are secondary standards are quite limited in the application because of their high reactivity and purity issues. This is not the case for primary reference standards. So what is Kachi Company offering? So Kachi Company Limited is the only authorized distributor for US pharmacopoeia in Nigeria. We offer USP physical reference standards, which are primary reference standards, and are established by a robust collaborative approach with international regulatory and drug enforcement bodies. We provide official status when used in conjunction with the documentary standard, that is the USP monograph itself. And we have over 200 years of USP has over 200 years of pharmacopoeia existence, with more than 3,700 reference standards in its portfolio. In such, safe and quality medications are essential for the general well-being and benefit of the nation. These medications need to conform to compendial and regulatory requirements, and using a USP primary reference standards today can help us achieve this. Apart from that, Kachi also offers a whole lot of laboratory solutions, such as laboratory design, laboratory construction, furniture and benching, equipment sales, sales of laboratory chemicals, end user training, and then also after sales services. And coming up, we also have our independent laboratory testing service, which is tailored for customers who are unable to set up their own labs. In addition to USP, we also have other partners like Merck, Mindray, Thermo Fisher, Roma Labs, Siachem Lisa, and Pasco. Merck, Thermo Fisher for analytical solutions. Pasco provides STEM solutions, so for the part of the for STEM solutions for educational purposes to ensure that we are competitive with the world at large. And then, like I mentioned, USP for pharmacopoeia solutions. And then among our average of customers, we have the following. And I hope that by the end of this conference, we would have more people on this board. Thank you for your time.
Well, it's available outside, right?
Yes.
for your numerous comments. So time to take a stretch break. You know, we've been sitting for a while, so we need to stand. If you don't mind, even if you mind, please, can we just stand? So stretch, stretch, stretch. Your legs, your arms, your hands. And then also, know the name of the person on your right and the name of the person on your left. Also find out what state is the person from. I'm going to select some people to ask, yes, where they are from. Yes, the state. Okay. All right. You have 30 seconds remaining. It's as if you're waiting for me to do this because the zeal now is. 2 seconds remaining. You have no more core credits to complete this introduction. So all subcommittees are hereby dissolved. So can we return to our seats? Thank you very much. Can we return to our seats? All right. Stretch break is over. Now it's time to return to our seats. Time to return to our seats. And I would like to ask the pharmacists that are outside the hall to please come into the hall, as you don't want to miss any part of this keynote address. All right, so can we sit? All right. I don't know whether to say the last person to sit down will buy us lunch. But the NAIP president has said there's lunch for everybody. So what would the last person to sit down buy for us now? I was about to say airtime, but I was told that everybody here is on postpaid, so they pay at the end of the month. It's very difficult to find big men. Okay. All right, so I would like to invite our keynote address speaker, Pharmacist Sholarin, to come over to this side of the hall. When he finishes with the Prince of Prince. Shola, your attention is needed here. Okay. He's almost done. All right. Okay, so 1, 2, 2. Wow, you're tall. These are nothing. You'll be attending Zoom meetings with people. You don't know how they really are until you sit there one-on-one. Wow, sir. Maybe you stand on this side of the podium. Wow. Okay. You know, from this side, we are looking up to you. All right, so I can see the foundation of your greatness because you were trained from no other place than the Great Ife. University of Ife, Nigeria. And then he empowered himself with an MBA. MBA from no other place than the University of Navarra, Spain, from the prestigious Lagos Business School. I will tell you that Shola has actually journeyed through the different sections of pharmacy, from academia to the hospital and to the industrial and pharmacy section. Here, I think he has settled because he has spent 33 years out of his 35 years of practice. So he's home now. At Glaxo Wellcome Nigeria, he was exposed to various aspects of this industrial pharmacy practice, from product development, Sales and Marketing as the business group head, Site Services, Supply Chain Management, and Human Resources as the commercial manager. Talking about experience of merger and acquisition, he, in 2001, led a 4-man team to acquire the assets of a defunct business to form Food and Pharma Nigeria Limited, a pharmaceutical manufacturing business. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you an entrepreneurial, visionary, wired pharmacist who in the past 15 years has been running Corenda Resources Limited, a product development and marketing company, and Savante Consulting Limited, Nigeria's largest regulatory affairs consultancy. No doubt, he has served the pharmacy profession. He served as the national chairman of this Nigerian Association of Industrial Pharmacists between 2003 and 2005. And at the global level, he was the vice president of the Industrial Pharmacy section of the International Federation of Pharmacists, FIP, for 7 years. It's not easy. It's not easy. I'll tell you, it's not easy. I just go there to watch what's happening in FIP. And here we have somebody that's vice president for 7 years, after which he is currently the incumbent president of the section. Not just that, I need to add that he's a member of the council of the FIP and board of pharmaceutical practice. Shola is an author. You must read his book titled The Startup Entrepreneur, an Emerging Market Experience. For work-life balance, I will tell you that Shola is a lover of water sports, and he sails in the Lagos Harbour regularly as a member of the Lagos Yacht Club. Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts because you are in for a good time. I present to you our keynote address speaker, pharmacist Shola Sholarin. A round of applause for him, please.
Yeah, thank you for that generous introduction. And with all the comments that have been made about the keynote speech, I feel a bit under some pressure. But I'll see if I'll live up to it. I would be in breach of protocols if I say I'm going to stand on existing protocols. I just must recognize some people by name, and I hope you'll indulge me. I think the national president of the PSN has left. Mazi Samohabunwa, possibly the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I want to also recognize our evergreen, Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluyi, has always been a role model and an icon of the profession, and we appreciate you, sir. He's always there for us. I understand Dr. Deria Oshika will be coming back. After listening to our address as the chairman, the temptation is to say I agree with her in total and go back to my seat because it covers quite a bit of what I'm going to talk about. I must mention the chairman of the Board of Fellows and my teacher, Professor Mrs. Mbang Femi Oyewo. She's also evergreen. She taught me about 35, 36 years ago. And would you believe that, somebody just mentioned her age. Will you believe she's over 40 years old? Okay. Pharmacist Iyolagbolagade, our host in Lagos. Of course, the chairman of Nigerian Association of Industrial Pharmacy, IG Anyoku. A lot has been said about your energy, about your commitment to the cause of the association, and I'm a personal beneficiary of your commitment to elevating every member of the association. But we can't say everything here, IG, because we've been sworn to an oath of secrecy. Okay. I must mention particularly my co-former chairman of the National Association of Industrial Pharmacists, Pastor Adepopuola. He handed over to me an empty office space and one staff in 2003. But that's just a statement. It's not a criticism, because it just speaks to the very, very humble beginnings of NAIP. And to think that 15 years later, we're here where we are today, I think we should be proud, all of us, for the little successes we have made. And of course, Dr. Lolu Ojo, he held the room during his own tenure as well. And all fellows of FIP, there's none here, I'm sorry. All fellows of PSN present, leaders of the profession. I must mention the publisher of Pharma News, Sir Ifeanyi Atueyi, and Professor Cyril Osifo, my senior at the University of Ife. And of course, I stand on other protocols. Thank you very much. So I go to my keynote address. Technological revolution, adaptation in industrial pharmacy practice. This topic, if it was chosen 20 years ago, will have been relevant. If it is chosen 20 years from now, it will still be relevant. And I'll tell you why. Because it appears that the revolution that we are witnessing in the healthcare space is unending. While we're yet to see the end of the revolution triggered by information technology, we're already thrown into the vortex of another, a revolution that is being powered by biotechnology. To give a sense of the scale of the change that can be wrought by a revolution, I want to use an example that we're living in and we are very, very familiar with, a pandemic. And I'm trying to quote, of course, I'm quoting directly from the Financial Times of the 26th of February, 2021. And it is an article written by one of my favorite authors, Yuval Harari, and he says it, succinctly. He said in 1918, when the influenza pandemic struck, the best scientists in the world could not identify the virus. Many countermeasures adopted were useless, and attempts to develop an effective vaccine proved futile. Now it is very different with COVID-19. The first alarm bell about a potential new epidemic started sounding at the end of December 2019. By January 10th, just 3 weeks later, scientists had not only isolated the responsible virus, but also sequenced its genome and published the information online just in 3 weeks. So in 3 weeks, the entire world already knew all the bases, all the makeup of the genes of this virus. So it became clear immediately which measures could slow and stop the chain of infections, and within less than a year, several effective vaccines were in mass production. And he concluded by saying, in the war between humans and pathogens, never have humans been so powerful. Well, suffice to add that the 1918 Spanish flu killed between 17 and 100 million people. That in itself is a problem, because we're not even sure of how many people died. But 17 million in any language is a huge number. And to think it could be 100 million, that is sobering indeed. And just like COVID-19, it also has, it had a fatality rate of just 2%. So central to the topic of this conference theme is the word revolution. And the Webster Dictionary, in one of its definitions, describes revolution as a sudden, radical, or complete change. However, to put things in context, this keynote address will describe who the industrial pharmacist is, how previous revolutions have affected the practice of industrial pharmacy, how the industrial pharmacist has survived past revolutions, and prescriptions for coping with future revolutions. Well, starting with the definitions. The industrial pharmacy, we could say, straightforward definition is, and I'm picking from the definition of the International Federation of Pharmacists, FIP, are pharmacists who work in the pharmaceutical industry or have interest in activities of the industry. This also will co-opt people in academia or consultants who are directly not working in industry but actively research or support the industry with consultancy services. And the scope of functions will include product development, formulation development, drug production, quality assurance, regulatory affairs, logistics, supply chain management, and marketing. Okay? So we go into a bit of history. Which are the revolutions that we've witnessed in the past, and how has the industrial pharmacist coped? Okay? The calling that is the precursor of the modern day pharmacist combined the role of the apothecary who prepared material medica in pestle and mortar or just mixed something in a solution and offered them to individual patients. He combined this role with the function of the physician in diagnosing and prescribing treatment. So in the very early ages, there was no separation between who a pharmacist was and who the physician was. Okay, but by the Middle Ages, we're talking 14th, 15th century, there was a separation of the function of preparing therapies from the specialty of the physician in diagnosing and prescribing treatments. The apothecary was at this stage was still making preparations that were both extemporaneous and individualized. You know, every person who walks into the apothecary's shop got his prescription. 7 days, 1 month, but nothing longer than that, and it was individualized, not industrial. Industrial large-scale production of medicines did not start until the mid-19th century. We're talking about the 1850s now. So in the context, in the scheme of things, our profession is very, very young indeed. Okay? And the influence for industrial production of medicine came from the scientific, I'm using this word for the first time, scientific and industrial revolution that started in the 17th century. Okay? So the first revolution that really led to the birth of our profession was the Industrial Revolution of the 17th century. And our profession did not really take benefit of it until about 100 years later. So I hope we are keeping these timelines in view. Okay? So by the middle of the 19th century, the companies that eventually mutated to Pfizer, Merck, and GSK, as we know them today, were the ones that were forebears of the industry. At this point in the history of the industrial pharmacist, he was simply an industrial chemist, manufacturing medicines in bulk, using processes not too different from production of other bulk chemicals. Here we're saying that the industrial pharmacist of those days was no different from those manufacturing cement, fertilizers, paint, and all the rest of them. We just manufacture things in bulk, break them into individual doses, and distributed them. No finesse, you know, no rigors about it at all. Okay. However, the first half of the 20th century, now we're in 1910 to 1950, witnessed 2 world wars, and more importantly, the National Health Service in the UK and similar social programs in the rest of Europe. This is the second revolution that triggered a change in the practice of industrial pharmacies. And what is the implication of this? This seemingly on a related event attracted a lot of funding into the pharmaceutical industry. Governments had to support soldiers that were in the war front with medications and different kinds of treatment because of horrendous injuries and the rest of them. And of course, because the NHS and the other similar social health programs that were introduced in Europe had to cover practically the entire population, all of a sudden, the market for industrially produced pharmaceutical products exploded. So this, combined with improved knowledge of chemistry and biology, triggered massive activity in research between 1920 and 1980 and led to what was then called the golden age of the pharmaceutical industry. Insulin is 100 years old this year. Penicillins, paracetamol, ibuprofen, diazepam, the contraceptive pill, monoamine oxidase inhibitor class of antidepressants, cimetidine, the first blockbuster drug. Blockbuster means the first drug to clock $100 billion in sales. All of them were discovered during this golden age, between 1920 and 1980. But unfortunately, the second revolution, this in industrial pharmacy practice, and please listen to this. Unfortunately, this period also witnessed some of the darkest chapters in the history of the pharmaceutical industry. In 1937, over 100 people in the United States died of diethylene glycol poisoning following the use of sulfanilamide elixir. Does that sound familiar? My Pekin. Yeah, we're still living that kind of era, about 80 years later. Then there was also the thalidomide disaster between 1958 and 1963, which led to over 10,000 children being born with deformities. These 2 events attracted a lot of scrutiny to the industry and led to more stringent oversight. Then the distinction between production of medicine and bulk chemicals became inevitable. So the pharmacist can't just be your industrial chemist anymore. He has to do more. And what was the mandate of the public? So the pharmacist now has to combine his role as a production pharmacist with the task of what is now called the quality superintendent. And in practically all jurisdictions today, it is a role that the pharmacist in industry has not shared with any other professional. And I took a trip around the world to see how they manage the industrial production of medicines and the role they give to pharmacists in this process. And what I found is that in most countries, the pharmacist is legislated into the statutes. In Nigeria, he is called either the drug analyst or superintendent pharmacist. We're very familiar with that. In France, he is called the qualified person. The qualified person can only be a pharmacist and is the only person that can release a drug into the market. In South Africa, very similar to us, is the only person legally recognized to also release medicines to the market and submit dossiers for registration, whether for local products or imported products. In Brazil, he is called the technical responsible pharmacist, and his role is similar to that of the qualified person in France. In Cuba, they didn't name a pharmacist, but what they said is for you to be qualified, they call it authorized person. That's what they call them in Cuba. For you to be an authorized person, you must have a bundle of skills that only the pharmacist can have. Okay? So yes, it's not legislated and said that only a pharmacist can be a qualified person, but the truth is that by the time you read through the statute, only the pharmacist can be the qualified person. So even in other parts of the world where the pharmacist is not written into the statute, the breadth of his knowledge and the skills are such that industry is more comfortable employing the pharmacist to oversight drug quality and safe use. So this established the role of the pharmacist in industry as we know it today. And I've tried to paint a picture of events in history that has led the world to accept that, look, there's no other person who can do this job in industry except the pharmacist. Okay? So now, let's look at technological advances that are also influencing the industry. The ones I've mentioned, social, not strictly speaking technological, social, possibly financial as well, but not technological. Now, let's go into technology. The first area of technology is biotechnology. And while the pharmaceutical industry was enjoying its golden age between 1920 and 1980, another revolution was brewing in information technology. Sorry, I meant information technology here. Moore's law was having a full effect, with the speed of computers doubling and the cost of storage halving every year. Application of this in the pharmaceutical industry sped up the ability to screen drug candidates, shortened time to market, and enabled more targeted therapies. There were huge advances in the handling of small molecules. However, the real revolution was triggered when the advances in computing was applied to genetics and proteomics. This marriage launched the age of immunotherapy, and one immediate impact was in the complete mapping of the human genome. A project that initially was thought to be too formidable to be accomplished in a lifetime was concluded within 20 years at the end of the last century. I think by 1999, year 2000, the human genome was fully sequenced and mapped. The entire 3 billion letters that are in the human chromosomes were not only identified, but also mapped. Diseases with genetic bases are now better understood, and therapies can be better targeted. This revolution has upturned the pharmaceutical industry as we know it. It hasn't hit us fully in Nigeria yet, but it is coming, okay? In the year 2000, the top 10 selling drugs in the world were all small molecules. However, 19 years later, in 2019, 8 out of the top 10 selling pharmaceutical products in the world are big molecules derived from biotechnology. Also, as an indicator of the future direction of the industry, the category of new drug products granted approval for marketing by FDA in the year 2020 showed that large molecules constitute a whopping 25%. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is here, and hopefully we have not been caught flat-footed. Now, this is not an indictment of Professor Yewo, but when I left, when I graduated from pharmacy school over 30 years ago, I had audited several courses in chemistry. I was ready at graduation as an expert on the characterization, synthesis, and general handling of small molecules. I could control them for quality, handle them in the industrial processes, and generally able to predict their behavior in vivo and in vitro. I was your quintessential chemist and was ready for the pharmaceutical industry as it then was. Today's industrial pharmacists will be challenged to provide expertise on proteins and large molecules as agents of therapy. It will be expected to provide expertise on their structure, predict their behavior, control them for quality, and be involved in their industrial production. Where there has been a bit of enhancement in the undergraduate curriculum of most pharmacy schools to increase content of biotechnology, a lot still needs to be done to prepare the pharmacy graduates of today to confidently provide leadership in industrial production and quality control of biologics. A conversation between industry and academia is therefore imperative. Okay, so the second revolution is in information technology. And information and communication technology is still evolving. And the extent of its influence on every facet of our life is still at the level of conjecture. Now listen to these statistics. In the next 24 hours, 600 million tweets will have been sent, and there will have been 5 billion Google searches. WhatsApp will have processed 100 billion messages, 1.6 billion photos, and 15 billion minutes of voice and video calls. Add to this data generated by over 2.5 billion Facebook users and 5.3 billion unique mobile phone users. Tens of millions of wearable devices and medical and prescription data being uploaded onto the cloud from different hospitals and community pharmacies. Cloud computing is providing the infrastructure to store all this data, and big data is developing the ability to analyze them. Now, just imagine for a moment that the technology is there to be able to analyze every tweet, every text message, every WhatsApp chat. And it's there anyway in big data. And Google, I think about 10 years ago, really trialed an application where they were tracking words related to flu, like cold, like antihistamine, like flu, and things like that on all their Google searches and other applications. And with that, they were able to predict the onset of the flu season very, very accurately. So now, as an industrial pharmacist, if such an application becomes mainstream, do you know the implication for you? If you are a marketing manager, you know when to launch your campaign, your advertising campaign. If you're a procurement manager, you know when to start getting ready for a production campaign. If you're a production manager, you know where to slot flu medications into your production plan. So these are the kind of tools, the kind of strength that comes with having a handle on information technology. So like I was saying, this will provide capacity to predict epidemics and evaluate safety and efficacy of medicine on a global population. All these have implications for pharmacovigilance, clinical trials, inventory management, production, and marketing. And you can imagine how information technology has been deployed to track the experience of the populace as the vaccines for COVID-19 was rolled out globally, such that 86 cases of clotting disorders was noticed in 25 million administered doses in Europe. The clinical trials of pharmacovigilance of 20 years ago wouldn't have been able to do this. Clinical trials, if you had at the most 20,000 patients, everyone is fine. But this is showing that we are having clotting disorders in 300,000 cases. It will have been missed in clinical trials. And pharmacovigilance that was not based on information technology, of course, probably will have also missed this as well. Dr. Oshika mentioned artificial intelligence. It's been deployed also in the pharmaceutical industry, but basically in research and devoted to designing machines and softwares that learn and solve problems. It is being deployed in development of medicines with the optimal structure and shape for enhanced efficacy and reduced side effects. She also mentioned that 3D printed drugs is already approved by the FDA, and quite rightly, as far back as 2015. So a few more formulations of 3D printed drugs have been approved. So I think the community pharmacists and hospital pharmacists of the future will have among their staple of equipment a 3D printer and cartridges containing different chemicals with which they will produce medicines a la carte. But then it begs the question, what will be the role of the industrial pharmacist in this? Because at the end of the day, I think we have the overarching responsibility to ensure quality. Okay. Luckily for NAIP, a Nigerian, Dr. Kabir Umar of Bayero University, Kano, just graduated with a PhD from an European university studying the use of 3D printing in the manufacture of drugs. It will be a particularly useful resource for us. Still talking about information technology, logistics. I think the billionaires in the world are in a race to know who will get to space first. So it's looking like space is going to become routine, and it challenges us that supposing they have to take medicine to space, will it work? So we need to start thinking about that. But beyond that also, Zipline is a company, an American company, and is perfecting deliveries of health consumables with drones. Pharmacists must start thinking about stability of formulations in the weightless environment of space, and exploit drones in drug deliveries to difficult-to-reach areas in times of wars, epidemics, and natural disasters. Drones are being considered for deployment of COVID-19 vaccines. The world will look to us to guarantee the stability of vaccines that must be delivered by drones while maintaining a cold chain at a minus 25 degrees Celsius. All this presents tremendous opportunities and challenges. Rwanda, a country in Africa, is already studying the possibility this presents. Advances in logistics are also being exploited to drive efficiency in pharmacy practice. I mentioned Zipline earlier. This American company, which started by experimenting with drone delivery of medicines, has reached agreements with the Kaduna state government to start the service in Nigeria. In 2018, it served a population of 10 million people and 1,000 hospitals with 2,000 drone deliveries per day in Tanzania. This is a model that will become popular in the future. So as pharmacists, industrial pharmacists, if your remit is supply chain, you better start paying attention to drone deliveries. Now, another area that is becoming quite interesting is in combination products. Our engineer friends are breaking bounds and going beyond limits to design products that our training and our regulatory system never foresaw. So basically, what we are familiar with is a combination product that involves a medical device and or a drug or biologic, combining either a drug with biologic or combining a drug, biologic, and a medical device is what we describe as combination product in this context. We are familiar as pharmacists with prefilled insulin syringes. That's the basic one that you can say, okay, yes, I'm familiar with that. So I'm just trying to use that as an example. Or metered dose inhalers, they are also combination products. But start getting complicated when, for instance, you have catheters that have antimicrobial coatings, or you have stents that have anti-clotting agents, okay? And or bone cement with antimicrobial agents, or bioartificial pancreas that supplies insulin as needed, all embedded in the person, okay? Yes, sometimes these products are developed by engineers, but they just don't want to go beyond designing the product. They can't engage regulatory authorities, they can't engage the healthcare community, and you can't blame them. They have no training, absolutely, in biology, and they devolve to us. But then we are not engaged in that space, okay? So you can imagine an engineer taking a bone cement with antibiotic to NAFDAC, and they ask him, okay, have you done the bioequivalence studies? And we'll start asking, what do you mean by equivalence? So we need to start engaging that space, and because a lot of interesting products are coming, and Dr. Oshika alluded to that, Internet of Things, you know, tablets that are communicating as they are passing through your system with the cloud somewhere, and you know, so very interesting thing coming up. So it is obvious that biotechnology and information technology will shape developments in industrial pharmacy practice for the foreseeable future. Combination products will become more important. And when I graduated 35 years ago, I did not audit any course in information technology. So I'm certainly not suited for the pharmaceutical industry of today. So, ladies and gentlemen, having described what the situation is today and what is likely going to be in the immediate future, what are my prescriptions for adaptation in industrial pharmacy practice? Number one is our education and curriculum. Adaptation to the requirement of practice today will start with continuing education. The Pharmacist Council of Nigeria must be specially commended for developing a sophisticated and IT-enabled platform for continuing professional education, including modules in biotechnology, proteomics, combination products, and information technology should be easy for industrial pharmacists already in practice. Furthermore, undergraduate curriculum should be richer in biotechnology and information technology. And maybe it is time for industrial pharmacists to start a discussion on a different track for training industrial pharmacists, as we have for community pharmacists and hospital pharmacists who graduate now with a PharmD. PharmD is, strictly speaking, a patient-facing, I mean, is a degree for patient-facing pharmacists. They haven't factored industrial pharmacists into it. And again, I took a trip around the world to see what best practices are. In Switzerland, a degree in pharmacy wouldn't get you into the industry. You will only work in hospital or community. For you to work in industry, your degree has to be in what they call pharmaceutical science. Okay? In Germany, after your degree, usually they graduate with a master's. It's very unlikely you will easily get into industry unless you get a PhD in an industry-related area. So these are the kind of examples we have from other parts of the world. So the second prescription I have is research. I know NAIP is not extraordinarily rich. Academic pharmacists won't agree with that. But I'm aware that some money is being spent on research. I want to encourage this. So however difficult our finances are, let us continue to devote money to research that will promote the relevance of industrial pharmacies in the scheme of things. As a member of organization of the FIP, you can also attract collaboration and sponsorship for research if it aligns with some of the strategic pillars of the FIP. In the first half of my tenure as president of the industrial pharmacy section of FIP, we have chosen as our special project an interrogation of the role of pharmacists in industry. People might find this curious, but the industry is in a state of flux. And sometimes we ask ourselves, what is it in industry that we should call our own? Because in different parts of the world, you find encroachment from other professionals. So we want to interrogate that question. What should we be saying to a CEO, to an HR director, to even business owners that, look, these roles should be specifically meant for pharmacists, because we have different things in different parts of the world. It's particularly bad in the US, where you practically don't have pharmacists in industry. And the reason is because there is no pool from which to draw industrial pharmacists from. All the pharmacists that graduate go straight to community. Why? Because of the money. It's a lot of money. And industry can't compete. So basically, from the beginning, you don't have people in training who can step up into industrial pharmacy roles. So that's what we're going to be working on. The third thing I will encourage is collaboration. This may sound trite, but one of our greatest strengths as industrial pharmacists is our exposure very early in our careers to other professionals. In our manufacturing plants and in management committees, we work with engineers, accountants, lawyers, human resource experts, etc. Industrial manufacture of biologics and medicines is getting very complex, and it has attracted expertise from different fields, including politics, law, investment banking, and regulatory affairs. You may wonder what has politics got to do with it, but for God's sake, there is no way COVID-19 vaccine will have happened without politicians. In 12 months, it's not possible. It is not possible. And the lawyers who negotiated those contracts, God, now you have pharmaceutical companies pushing drugs into the market and absolutely not bearing any liability. No liability at all for any adverse outcome. Can you imagine that? First time in the world. So, but for us as pharmacists in our little corners, if you put that before a pharmacist, oh, no. We have to bear responsibility because it's our product. But lawyers think differently. So, the summary is that let us remain humble, let us be willing to engage, and let us be willing to talk to other professionals going forward. And I said I will illustrate this with the current pandemic. The AstraZeneca vaccine, for instance, was done by a team at Oxford University in the UK. Development, which in this context means formulation studies, clinical trials, and quality documentation, was done by AstraZeneca, a British-Swedish company. Basic research and development and industrial production was financed by the British government largely, because when you say, I'm going to buy 1 billion doses over the next 3 years, you are practically financing production. Then industrial production is being done in facilities in Belgium, in India, and Australia. And added to this, there's an IT infrastructure at the back end that will collate patient experiences in real time, and for up to several billions of patient interactions or more. Our practice requires that we remain humble and exploit the knowledge of other professionals to remain relevant. I can't stress this enough. Then, this I think is the most important of all my prescriptions. And please listen to this. The contribution of the pharmaceutical industry to Nigeria's GDP is lower than 0.25%. Well, I've been corrected. It's not up to, it's much lower than 0.25%. Believe it or not, in Republic of Ireland, it's up to 20%. In India, it is 2%, okay? Until we increase the size of the pharmaceutical sector in Nigeria, politicians and the investment community will not take us seriously. I just did a quick check. The entire size of the pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria is not up to the turnover of Dangote Cement. It's not up to the turnover of MTN. So you can see that we still have a long way to go. So what do we need to take us there? It's something I've called the revolution of the mind. For the CEOs and the directors of marketing among us, we must break away from the shackles that make us define Nigeria as our total markets. We have the prospect of quadrupling our market by simply defining it as Africa. We have the advantage of closeness, culture, race, geopolitics, in our favor with respect to our African brothers. We are by far the largest and most sophisticated pharmaceutical powerhouse in sub-Saharan Africa. This should count for something. So basically, if we think that competition is very, very toxic and very serious in Nigeria, we have only 140 or maybe 160 pharmaceutical production company, okay? India has 3,000. China has 5,000, okay? And when I left school, there were only 4 pharmacy schools. I think now we have up to 20, and they're churning out pharmacists by the numbers. So the competition is going to get keener, okay? And the only way, and we're beginning to see evidence. In fact, the evidence has always been there of very toxic competition, you know? Receivables of, you look at the balance sheets of pharmaceutical companies, you see receivable days of 6 months, 9 months. You know, so I'm starting off a riot, so let's go on to something else. So those are evidence of very toxic competition. I mean, if somebody is not paying you, for God's sake, stop supplying him. They won't do that with people in other industries. So the way to really take them on is to broaden our market. And like I said, just basically defining your market as Africa will change perspective a bit, okay? And the thing that is in our favor is that the 54 countries in Africa are turning Africa into just one regulatory agency through the African Medicine Agency. And of course, the Africa Free Trade Area is also trying to turn Africa into a single market. All this will come together to make it easy for us to play in, to play in Africa and turn it to a single market for all of us. We also have 3 functioning WHO pre-qualified facilities in Nigeria, I think. I may be wrong. A WHO pre-qualification is as good as FDA or EMA certification. So why are companies with such certifications not including US and Europe as potential markets? If they do that, a potential market of $1.5 billion in Nigeria suddenly explodes to a potential market of $1 trillion. And the rules that guide international trade is very different from what guides Nigeria. Once you get your order and you ship, you are sure of your money. You don't have to beg anybody for it. You don't have to send a delegation to the Minister of Health or whoever. So number 5, we need to start identifying trends and exploiting them very, very quickly. Okay? It appears mRNA, messenger RNA, will be the platform for producing biologics in the future. Can NAIP sponsor a study to identify how Nigeria can lock itself into the value chain of mRNA biologics and become a global player? I can't overemphasize this enough. mRNA is going to be very, very important. But we don't have to be in every part of the value chain. In biologics production, there's a division between upstream and downstream. You can just pick one of them, you know, that we think, yes, we can easily play in and start playing there and become a global leader in that sphere. In Africa, South Africa has beaten us to it. I think a company, Aspen Pharma, is developing capabilities in becoming a leader in production of mRNA biologics downstream, not even upstream. So we should look at that. So lastly, I want to mention that another thing we can exploit is FIP. And I'm saying I will not end my address without sharing with you the extraordinary rich resource that FIP represents. It is your link to a network of 2 million pharmacists the world over, and 200,000 among them who work in industry. The network can give you insight into trends in the industry and the direction the industry is headed. It is a vital resource for problem solving. So whatever challenges you may be facing in your factory or laboratory, there's someone in one corner of the world who has probably successfully confronted such a challenge. The annual FIP conference gives you access to over 70 sessions discussing different aspects of pharmacy and opportunity to meet one-on-one with leading lights in the profession. The poster session and short oral presentations give you snippets of advances people are making in science and practice in different corners of the world. Participating in an annual conference indeed makes you immensely proud to be a pharmacist. I recommend that you put it in your bucket list for immediate future and be part of one. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention and wish you all a phenomenally successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can continue, please. Thank you. Wow. Chop knuckle from distinguished chairman. And so thank you. All right. You may sit down now. That was mind-blowing. You had the 1 minute advert of it, and then you have the full session. All right, so we'll have lunch is served, by the way, and then is a buffet. I just went to inspect it. Yes. I used the napkin afterwards, and then I advise you to attempt all options. Just when you're doing exams, you attempt all questions. Okay, I'd like to invite, as he was called today, the Prince of Princes, our own Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluyi, to come and make his remark. A round of applause, please. He is our special guest of honor, and of course, he is the president of the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy.
We live in the age of Boju Boju, and it might look like fun, but please continue to protect yourself from the vicissitudes of our time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what a day. I thank God for the NAIP and the organizers of this. There's nothing better than planning something, and God in His graciousness makes the results better than you had planned. Now, it's the grace of God. IG, may you continue to experience, you and your members, the grace of God. And it can be said that you are the first pharmaceutical group that has had a program in this hotel. I can see the PSM president nodding, which makes history for you. And that's what life is all about. There are hotels, and there are hotels. By their hotel choice, we shall know them. So you have raised the standards, and you will be remembered for that. I believe that a few points have to be made. One, first of all, thank you for inviting me to learn on this occasion. But I'd like to recognize the chairman of this occasion here, Dr. Mrs. Orishadere Okotiebo Awoshika. Some of you just hear of her, but I'm one of the very fortunate ones. I would be spoken about as I am spoken about today without the input of this young lady. Because when I was elected president of the PSN, she was elected the first female ever to be secretary of the PSN. So we worked together. She is a bubble of ideas. And she got lots of inspiration. She still has lots of energy within her. And something tells me this young lady hasn't finished with Nigeria yet. I am not surprised because she is the daughter of the best prime minister Nigeria had ever had. So, Madam Chairman, you're welcome to this occasion. And I remain proud of you. I also am very proud, of course, of our president. There you are, President Sam Ohuabongwa. I'm sure looking back over the last couple of years, you wonder what has happened to you. But everything is arranged, and everything must happen as ordained. You are the president of the PSN now. Better presidential responsibilities might lie on your way. You never can tell. You never can tell. When Bill and David Marriott in 1927 started the hotel thing in Maryland, just another effort. Today, the Marriott chain rises supreme over many other hotels. The same thing. Nobody knows tomorrow. God's time is the best. Okay, Chuku Kama. And the Lord will be with you. Now let me also congratulate the NAIPians. The NAIPians have, in fact, made us proud. The leadership, past, present, and to come. But we only know of the past and their productivity, the present and his activity. The future, we pray, would raise the standards. You know, in 1974, at the PSN conference in Bagauda Lake near Kano, I was lucky to have moved the motion that PSN as a monolithic thing wouldn't work for much further. We must have technical groups. So we decided, by motion, unanimously, to have technical groups. Many people opposed it, thinking that the technical groups might become so big as to eat up the PSN itself. Legitimate fear, depending upon the leadership of each technical group at the given time. Also depending on the president at the given time. But any growing organization must know that the more the seeds they plant, the better the totality of the organization. And so today we have, we decided in that 1974 on 5. First was NAGPP, which has another name now. Second was NAIP. Third was NAAP. And the fourth was NAHP hospitals. But we also decided to have a fifth one, that ladies have to be strongly represented. That's why we started with the Alps. And the Alps are doing well. But you see, the fate of the future of this profession depends on the leadership, the activity, the dynamism, not only at the presidential level, but in these various technical groups. In fact, you'll find that in some countries, when a technical group holds a conference, you would think that there was no national group existing. But the more we are, the better for us. That's why I'm now congratulating you, Ignatius. Ignatius, everybody says you've done well, but you didn't have a choice, Ignatius. First of all, you have, in the scientific world, what they call the alpha base. With the alpha base, where is I care? I want to thank you for supporting Ignatius and for making him a success. But Ignatius himself should realize that even from his name, Ignatius, which means man on fire, you have no choice but to be on fire and to bring a revolution into whatever you touch. That's what you've done with the NAIP. And please give me a round of applause because I think he's done it well. So you must prepare before you go, finishing strongly. We must prepare to make sure that NAIPians go to the world of pharmacy to set it on positive fire. You're a man of fire, and I believe you're doing well. Gentlemen, I'm lucky to be able to speak after one of our favored ones has spoken, the guest speaker, and I'm sure you have noted some of the points. But the important thing I want to draw a takeaway from it is that here was a young, and some other person called him tall man, and he spoke, and his dreams were tall. But what I want you to realize is that from the very leadership of the PSN, we need to impact the IP, SF, and the FIP, those two bodies. I'm happy that Sholari is now very strategically placed with the FIP, and I'm happy that with Derry and myself, we were able to, and Wangko, we were able to, in fact, get the PSN to join the FIP in 1970. I was secretary of the PSN then. Now, I'm saying to you that it's not enough for you, Sam, to be chairman of some section. Some years ago, those of you who are old enough, we got somebody called Samuel Agboifo of blessed memory to become the vice president of the FIP. And we were actually working on him to become the president. But what will be, will be. He was taken away into higher heavens. Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. May God bless his soul. Now, but now, Sam, you do have a, I said Sam, no. Shola without H. I want to tell you that whatever needs to be done to get you to the pinnacle of that body, the PSN will be ready. So running up, I want the protocol part of my presentation. I want to recognize one young lady, my daughter-in-law, Professor Yewo, who has done things that please me and please everybody. Now, the guest speaker was talking about a paradigm shift in the educational system. It's a shame that the methodology of teaching, the content of teaching that we had several decades ago is still being followed in a world of the 21st century where things have in fact changed. Professor Yewo, everybody says you are young. You are indeed young. You must be in the vanguard supporting bodies like the NAIP, the Academy of Pharmacy, the NAPA people, the academic people group, to make sure that we have a change of curriculum to be able to cope with the challenges of the future. But so far, we are proud of you. Now, I believe that we must look at the NAIP in certain terms. You know, he said they were 44 years old. Ordinarily, you should have been 47 years old. But the first year was spent in unnecessary arguments by members of the group, asking where we're going to draw our membership from. Should it be corporate people only? Should it be manufacturers only? And so on. And that's why you, not until 1976, got yourself really together. Now you're 44, referring to 77. But you became stable in 77 when you agreed on the five-fingered approach for membership pool for the NAIP. That is, you must draw membership from in the manufacturing section, the marketing section. People argue with marketing, but you will find that most of the industries in the pharmacy world spend more money on marketing than on research. So marketing, we arguably said, was very important from the marketing. Thirdly, you must get from the distribution. Fourthly, you must get from the consulting, like the guest speaker said, academia and research people. And finally, even go into the media, publishing. Now, these ones would form a pool of membership for you. You say you have 300 corporate bodies. You can have many more. With your leadership now, you are signaling a better tomorrow for the NAIP. But please continue on that trajectory. I believe that, as the president of the PSN said, we need strong technical groups. We need strong technical groups. But the strongest of them, even with the president of the community people here, should be the industry technical group. Strong not only in quantity, not only in quality, but also in relevance. It should be able to rally other technical groups together. My dream at that time, 1974, was that if we got these technical groups, their heads could meet from time to time and deliberate on things and make the work of the PSN president better and easier. Now, so I think that you must, before you go, set up this consultative forum among leaders of the various technical groups. And I can see the community president here with his face unmasked. Secondly, I think we have to address what you chose to address here, technology and revolution. I believe that we underestimate technology in these developing nations, just like we underestimate COVID in these developing nations until it catches up with us. Things are moving fast, faster than before. Now, if you look, for example, at the first camera made, the first camera ever invented, you had to sit in front of it still for 8 hours before it could capture your image completely. Today, who needs 8 seconds? Now, so it is going fast. And then you'll find that discoveries travel faster now than they used to travel. Maybe they were having normal increment, they went to arithmetic progression, then geometric progression, now trigonometric progression. Now, so it's fast. If you look at the radio when it was first invented, it took 38 years for it to have a 50 million audience. But by the time the TV was invented, it took it only 13 years to make 50 million. And of course, the iPod took only 3 years. Things are now going to come in a galloping manner. So if you are analog, like some people I know, you would be left behind by the train of development. And that's why I was talking about what the guest speaker mentioned, to both the guest speaker and Oyewo, that it is important for the students of our universities to be prepared to be technologically knowledgeable, to be techie, to be savvy. If you have your children, you'll be surprised what they're doing with their various things. Now, if a pharmacist sits and is still saying secundum artem, forget him. Mr. President, sir, look thee for only young people and get them, many of them around, who are techie and savvy. And our future presidents must also be able to address this easily, not by a manual approach. So I think technology is very, very key to this, and I know that our people are ready. The second thing is to look at the space surrounding the NAIP at this point in time. We must be realistic with ourselves. At the moment, there is a serious manpower shortage in the industrial sector. When I say manpower, you need skilled people, you need people who are fit for purpose. We don't have that now in the Nigerian space. He's telling us that the contribution to GDP is less than 0. whatever. But we can change the whole equation if we try to address. We can make speeches from here to Netherlands and back and still not make a change. But if we prepare ourselves for the local challenges, it will be a different pharmaceutical space. Manpower is very important, capacity building. It's also important to have a strategy of attracting, retaining, and developing young talent into the medium. You'll be surprised that this new generation is different from us. They are in a hurry, because also technology is in a hurry. So we need to do that. We also need to make sure that at the moment, there's a decline in research. There's a decline in the knowledge base. There's also a decline, therefore, in the return on investments made by these organizations. The only way to do it is to have good work first. I believe that if we go to address some of these ones, which I don't want to talk about later, we would be a better place. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 1843, somebody called Thomas Carlyle wrote a book called Past and Present. And in part of that book, he described successful people in his own clime as captains of industry. And this is where we got all the expression, and we're calling people captains of industry. There are many people called captains of industry who are not even lieutenants. The challenge, therefore, for the NAIP is to make sure that within the pharmaceutical space, we develop true captains of industry. The time to begin it is now, that we have somebody on fire. The place to begin it is now. And the people to begin it are ourselves. And as we do that, may God Almighty bless our efforts, give us peace and happiness as pharmaceutical professionals. Thank you for inviting me. Now, as you are clapping for the organization. It is now my duty to pull the string and declare this conference open.
Wow. The prince always rises to the occasion, speaks with grace, with eloquence, so seamless. Wow. My prayer is that the God has done it for you will do it also for me, in Jesus' name. As they will say, you will give me some of the soap, sir. All right, so yes, please, you may sit. You may sit. Thanks for that. So the conference has been declared open, and then this is just the beginning, because we have plenary session after lunch, and then we have the gala nights loaded with fun. Let me tell you something about the plenary session. chance favors the prepared mind, and then knowledge is power. If this is true, then you should not miss any part of this plenary session, because you are going to be empowered with the latest in our own field. I would like to invite the second vice chairman of NAIP, Pharmacist Chinedu Nwalia, to come and make the vote of thanks. Chinedu, please. And he is also on fire too. I think the fire has caught him, the fire from Ignatius.
Wow. My prince, when you saw me outside and said there's no hiding place for you, I didn't take those words lightly, sir. And definitely there will be no hiding place for me, sir. It's indeed a wonderful pleasure here. To me, this vote of thanks is with a lot of mixed feelings, because my chairman and his team, for which I'm one of them, we are winding down after serving you all for 4 good years. The encomiums have been poured in, Mr. Chairman. You deserve all the encomium. I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank you for making all this happen. When you said, let's go to Marriott, I understood where you were coming from. Where else would we have been so befitting to host our mommy, whom we have stylishly brought back? The chairman of Access Bank. I say it with emphasis again, chairman of Access Bank. Please clap for her. Thank you very much once again for honoring us. Indeed, our journey for 4 years would not have been successful, and this conference would not have been successful without people who have supported us times without number. Special thanks goes to everybody. The president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the #1 NAIPian. Thank you very much. Our chairman has been very powerful this year to have pulled 1, 2, 3 past NAIP chairman. The keynote speaker, Pharmacist Adaptation, and our very own indefatigable Pharmacist Lolojo. Thank you very much for every support you've given to us in this journey for 4 years. Keynote speaker, we know you are a very busy person. We know the sacrifices you have made to be here today. Thank you very much. And by the grace of God, we will see you over there. Chairman, Board of Fellows, a very wonderful mother, an inspiration, somebody whom, when he's talking, commands attention, whether you like it or not. Thank you very much, ma. To all our fellows, we cannot mention you all. Thank you very much. PCN, thank you very much. NAFDAC, thank you very much. NAIP, thank you very much. Professor Imiji, is he around? He's the #1 fan. I am giving him an award as the #1 fan of our indefatigable chairman, IG Anoko. Thank you very, 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 very much. We cannot thank you all enough. There will still be many more thank yous. The chairman himself will make his thank yous. And I don't want to keep you all too long here saying thank you, because I know our stomachs are singing already. So on behalf of the chairman and the entire ESCO, we want to wish all our guests, all our fellows, all our chairmen of technical groups here, state, national, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Which president? Yes. Somebody just asked me if I have thanked the president. Yes, I have thanked him. If you want me to thank him again, I will thank him. I cannot not thank him. He deserves as many thanks as possible because he's going to Aso Rock, so that he will look my way. Pharmacist Sam Mazi Ohabunwa, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sir, is that enough? Okay. So please, let us not forget we have a plenary session. Very interesting to see one of the achievements of the IG Anuku-led administration. Please, after our lunch, let's give him, and by extension, all of us, the honor to come back for the plenary session. And in the evening, please, let's dress down and come and relax and enjoy the gala night we have prepared for you here in Marriott. Please note, there's nothing we're doing here that is cheap. So don't take it for granted, though. Thank you, thank you, thank you all once again.
I'd like to thank Chinedu for thanking us. Okay, we're about to say the closing prayer, but I'll just give a few, tell you how we would move. Before we do that, I would like to recognize the future of the pharmacy profession. The president of PANS is here ably represented. Can a representative wave? All right. And also the representative of the Farmers PSN YPG, Young Pharmacist Group. Okay, so we'll say the closing prayer. Then we remain standing for the national anthem. After which the president will lead the members of the high table for the group photographs. After which I will direct the movement for lunch. I will come to your table, call on you, and then you would go to the place. The reason for this is that you should do it like this. Good. Then please, you should go with your wedding garment. By that I mean you must be with this tag. Otherwise, it might be difficult to enter the kingdom of the dining room. Okay, so shall we rise for the closing prayer? Yes. And then after the closing prayer and the national anthem, the guests will leave first, because let them go. I want to tell you something when they leave. Let them go take photograph. And then we wait. I have to get to your table before you go to have your lunch. And then the plenary session will start at 3 p.m. on the dot. Please, I'd like to invite Pharmacist Siaka Onimisi to come and lead us in the closing prayer. Yeah, but we have to pray. Okay, Shola, I thought you were asking. Siaka Onimisi, are you the one? Where's your ID card? Okay, so please, shall we rise for the closing prayer, please?
Thank you very much. Let's pray, please. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alayhim ghayril maghdubi 'alayhim waladdallin. Amin. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراط المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقداره اللازم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. May Almighty Allah accept our prayer. Thank you.
National item. No. Thank you very much. You may sit down now and witness the presentation of plaques to the keynote address speaker. And I would like to invite Pharmacist Mazi Sam Ohambua to do us the honor of presenting this plaque to the keynote address speaker. And chairman of the occasion, we have one for you as well. So I would like to invite Sholarin to come and collect his plaque.
Shola, your presentation was on remark and very enlightening and very easily digestible. So you made it easy for us to understand you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Wow, wow, this is lovely. Wow. All right, so the chairman of Access Bank, our own. She's our own. In fact, I brag with her that she's our own. Dr. Deria Woshika, please, can you?
Well, I don't know whether she was here. I don't know whether she was here when you were not here when I spoke. Yeah. So, but I acknowledged you as a pace setter. I recollect your leading the national program on immunization, first pharmacist to do so. I acknowledge you as being permanent secretary to many ministries, including Ministry of Power. I acknowledge you as also leading in the private sector right now with the work you're doing in Access Bank and other banks and other private institutions. So we're happy that despite your being busy, you have not forgotten your original constituency. So congratulations.
So our guests will go and take photograph and go to the dining room. Then I will tell you something and then we'll now move. So please just follow the president. So please follow the president. The guests should follow the president. He's taking you somewhere. So take the official group photograph. This other side. The official one that will be reported in the newspaper, that's what I want to take now. The others are for Instagram and Facebook, so please follow the president. IG, where are you? IG, please follow IG for the group photograph. Please, guests, can we follow IG? You can walk with the prince as he goes there for the group photograph. Chairman, Board of Fellow, please, your face is needed in the group photograph. Yes, IG, can you raise your hand? Let's lead us, please. Okay. All right, so guest speaker, you are needed at the group photograph. Okay, so this is the way we are going to go for lunch. I just want the guests to get to the dining room first. Also, because I want to leave some social distancing and because the buffet, you will go there in batches. But we have enough food for everybody. All right, so in 2 minutes time, I'll be calling on you to go to the dining room. Just get your tag ready. As I said, it's your wedding garment. Okay, so please, for the group photograph, that's where's the cereal of seafood? All right, so we're going soon. We're going in the next 2 minutes to the dining room. I'll be leading you there soon in 2 minutes. After lunch, we have the plenary session here at 3. And then also, the gala night is going to be fun. I'll be there. I would have taken off my suit, so you will see the other side of me there. Yeah. Yeah, to be here, yes. Yeah, gala night is at Marriott. We're not going lower than the standard. So this is the first departure call for lunch, and I'm directing the first batch of people. Exactly. All right. So exactly. But also I will survive. So when I call on you, you just follow me, and I'll take you to the promised land for lunch. All right. I'll tell my sister now.